sorry. Oh my god! We're moving away the things that might actually. All right, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2. Ready? Oh, that felt kind of good.
Okay, it's at 20. I told you, bro.
Hell yeah.
Okay, can I put it up to... Okay.
I want more. Oh, that's kind of nice. Oh, it woke me up.
Take it off! Take it off!
No!
I'm turning this
My
off.
collar!
Alright, this is
my
over.
collar!
Pet dog!
I broke my computer screen. I broke my computer. This is my computer now. Okay, we're gonna work on this. We're gonna work on this. I'm gonna work on this. I don't have anger issues.
Distraction? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, I got this. I got this.
I don't know. We're not putting them. You're using them in one piece books. You're not reading them anyway. You're not reading them anyway.
Hello and welcome to this beautiful island of Sardinia and the BotezLive channel. We are here with the round 6 of Sardinia International Chess Festival. I am your host, Women's Grandmaster Dina Belenkai, and alongside me, the wonderful, magnificent Grandmaster Yoon Lodvig Hammer. Hello, Yoon. How are you doing?
Yeah, we don't use magnificent to describe me.
Yeah, the most severe of them all, the one and
Oh
only.
no,
Miss-
it's not about that. It's just magnificent. It reminds me too much of my big failure being number 2 behind Mr. Magnus.
Oh, I see. Yoon is ready to tell us all the insights about how the games are gonna go today because Alexandra is crushing the tournament, the sole leader with 5 out of 5 on her road to the world record of 9 out of 9. Will we see that or not? And Andrea is actually very not far behind, only 3.5. The only loss she had was to her sister, which we all witnessed. That was a dramatic experience. I'm super excited for today's games. Do we already have the moves? Oh no, we actually don't. Okay, I looked at the
We
time.
actually started on time this time, Dina.
Oh,
You managed
right.
to finish your makeup just right.
Hey, I don't wear any makeup. I'm a natural beauty. But yeah,
Of course.
we started on time.
But actually, we have an interesting situation today. Andrea is playing the highest rated player in the entire tournament. And
Ooh.
Alexandra is playing an opponent who actually scored a 2300 performance in Formentura. And Joe Paul Ganta, his name is, he was 2200 just a couple of months ago in December. But the problem is he played some tournaments in his native India and got to experience the Indian kids and other Indianers with the low ratings. And he got absolutely destroyed. And I think his confidence took a bit of a hit also because he had some bad performances after that as well. But Alexandra told me that she knows this guy, that they met in Formentera, and that he's really, really eager about his chess, and that he asked to play the A group in this tournament, and the organizers said no. So he's playing in the B group because he has to, but he's a very, very good player, and he's going to present a big challenge to Alexandra today.
That is unbelievable. Unbelievable. And how old is he, Hama?
I think he's like 22, 23.
All right.
I
So
think he's
not
born
a
like
child
2001.
himself. Yeah.
I
so
mean,
he's not.
compared to us, he's a child.
Oh, yeah. That's true. Wow. That's interesting. Well, ladies and gentlemen, and we see Andrea and her opponent on the camera. Andrea is playing against some Bulgarian, if I were to guess.
Yes. Dejan Dimitrov.
Serbian.
He has a Bulgarian flag, so
guess
I
correctly.
that makes sense to me that he's Bulgarian. He's I think one of the highest rated players in the tournament. But he did lose in the first round, and he has played a draw since. He's on 3.5 points, just like Andrea. So this will be a good challenge for her. But we know from experience that Andrea is significantly better with the white pieces than with the black pieces. It's going to be a tough day in general. Both girls having very, very skilled opponents.
I like how you say Andrea is significantly better with white pieces. That's an interesting thing that you observed out there. I never thought about it, but it's an interesting theory. I'm curious how much it is actually making sense. But
It was very evident in Prague and Reykjavik, but to be fair, I did not pay that much attention to the results in Formentera. But big shout out also to Hannah Says coming in with the raid.
Up, and we see the handshake. And the game is starting, and Andrea's opponent puts the pawn on the dark square.
And so does Alexandra. Pawn to d4 in both games. Andrea goes knight to f6. She's going for her King's Indian. And King's Indian could be the opening in Alexandra's game as well. Alexandra's opponent plays like 5 different openings. So he's incredibly difficult to predict. But one of the openings he has tried in the past is the King's Indian. And here we do see both players in Andrea's game going for a fianchetto, getting their bishop out on the edge to point in towards the center of the board. White does it immediately, and Andrea follows up with that same plan.
Ooh, great, I think, or not. I don't know if I told you already, Hammer, but I'm not a fan of King's Indian, but I mean, feel free to prove me wrong.
I mean, I am personally not that big of a fan either. I think chess should be played with pawns in the center. But I have given up on trying to influence Alexandra too much in her black opening. I've suggested to her that she should maybe try out the Queen's Gambit Declined, which I think is a great black opening, but she hasn't really wanted to go for that so far.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's what I have just started playing myself. And I always used to be a Queen's Gambit accepted player, but I got tired of this two-sided games. It's always either white wins or draw.
And there we have Alexandra's opponent arriving to the board as well. And I'm really, really interested to see which opening line he goes for today, given that he is so flexible in his openings.
Let's go. What are we gonna see now? Up. Alexandra played d4. Knight to f6 has been the reply.
So far, not a lot of information on Alexandra's board. We need to know whether he goes for the Nimso or the King's Indian. And King's Indian it is. This is the opening Alexandra had against her in the previous game. She had the white pieces, and both players seemed to be quite well prepared. Alexandra said she didn't want to focus too much on the King's Indian because she already spent quite a bit of time against the kid for the morning round yesterday.
That's correct. We remember that.
Moves coming in very quickly on both boards, but especially now on Alexandra's. Bishop to e3 played, and wow, Ganta plays knight b to d7. I thought this is quite an uncommon move, but he actually plays it again. This is the same move that was played against Alexandra in the previous round of this tournament. And after queen to d2, now he does not go for c5, which was the choice in Alexandra's previous game. Instead, he goes a6. And Alexandra does not pause to think. And she immediately goes knight to e2. And then Ganta, he sacrifices a pawn. Dina, he sacrifices a pawn on the side of the board. And this is definitely not part of any preparation. And now Alexandra surely must be regretting that she put her knight in front of her bishop, because now her control of that b5 square is not as good as it maybe could have been. And damn, both boards now, the King's Indian, and I have no King's Indian knowledge. I gotta be upfront about that. I have no idea what's going on, and I am concerned with the space and with the confidence that Alexandra's opponent is playing these moves.
Once again, to keep it clear, knight e2 was or was not the part of the preparation?
I don't know. This is the Benzea files. I haven't done this.
Oh, there he comes. The Benzea card, the famous card that Hammer is pulling whenever things go wrong. No, I'm joking. Yeah.
Kind of true.
You liked it? Okay. It shouldn't be that bad.
No, but I have no idea how Alexandra is going to react to this, because we talked about yesterday. We reviewed, well, actually last night after all the games, we reviewed the game she played against the kid, and basically we said never take the pawn on b5. But we also said that in a situation where white had already castled. And now that she hasn't castled, she may want to take the pawn. Okay, she's taking the pawn. I think that's fine. I think when your opponent plays a gambit, the only way to kind of refute it is to accept it. The computer is giving an equal position despite white being up a pawn, which really surprises me. But to me, it doesn't feel like Alexandra is in that much trouble. He plays quickly pawn to c6, chasing the knight again. The knight will return to the c3 square. And then I guess he's going to go bishop a6 because he wants to prevent white from castling.
Okay.
No, he goes pawn to e5. I'm surprised by every move being made right now. And it looks like Alexandra right now is playing against a computer, so she should really slow down. Because if you make a rash decision here when your opponent is in their computer preparation, that can have very dire consequences.
Right. Man. What did this guy lost? This guy lost some points, half a point, right?
Yeah, he
Lost
made
half
a
a
draw
point.
in the first round.
Oh, in the first round only. Man. Yeah, this is a dangerous guy. Okay, we took a pawn. And now we need to yeah, what is annoying is that white doesn't have any advantage anymore, and from what we know,
What do you
like
mean don't have an advantage? I have an extra pawn.
according to engine, I meant.
According to engine, but like
Sorry. Yes, I'll finish my thoughts. Usually, whenever you look at the engine, any position in King's Indian for white is like +1, and you know it's not +1. It's a normal position out of the opening. But when the engine gives you +1 in every King's Indian, then you get this King's Indian that it's all equal, even though you already have an extra pawn. There, you start asking yourself questions, but it's definitely all definitely is fine. But you see what I mean, right, Hammer?
yeah, it's just I don't understand why the computer is this optimistic on black's behalf.
Oh yeah.
I think it's weird. Because frankly, I don't see what black has that would justify giving away a pawn. The only problem right now is that Alexandra has her king in the center of the board. And I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. This is the reason I would prefer Alexandra switch up her repertoire against the King's Indian. I would like to see her develop more pieces and to a larger degree prioritize the development and getting her king to safety. But the openings she prefers to play when she's super aggressive with these pawns early on, it's a perfectly fine way to play. It's just a more difficult way to play because of the concerns that may arise, such as what we're seeing so far today. That being said, as long as she chills out right now and takes a deep breath and starts thinking about this, she's just going to try to prioritize getting her knight away so that she can get castled. Just get your king castled. And honestly, you don't even have to move the knight away. Even pawn to g3, pawn to and bishop to g2, and then castles. This should be fine. We can go knight to c1, and then bishop to e2, and then castle. That should be fine. And we can go knight to g3, and then bishop to e2, and castle. But you see there's a pattern here.
Yes.
Whatever we do, we need to get this bishop into the game pronto.
Yes, definitely. There was this pattern. In the meantime, how is King's Indian of Andrea? We have 2 King's Indians today on our boards. Andrea's King's Indian honestly looks more like Sicilian at this point.
Yeah, Sicilian. Yeah, no, Sicilian is one. I was gonna say it's like a perch, but yeah, Sicilian maybe makes more sense.
Dragon, right?
Yeah. Same kind of thing. That oh no, no, I was gonna say it's like a Philidor, but that's entirely wrong.
Just summing up the moves here, and Andrea made a critical decision to take on d4. The reason for this, I say critical, is because it's a change of a pawn structure. Although, yeah, do we think Andrea is still in preparation?
I think so. Andrea usually thinks for a very long time when she's not in prep. So when she's playing fairly quickly, which she did up until this point, I think it's a reasonable bet that she's still in her prep.
Yeah, makes sense. Well, now she's actually starting to think. Yeah, it's a typical. I think I've been in the with the white side many times. It's a kind of that G3 Sicilian. I've played that before. Curious to see. Well, guys, typical plans of Sicilian. You either push b5 or d5. I think at this position, preparing b5 would be making sense. Although you need to first kind of do bishop d7, maybe rook c8, then a6, b5. And if they try to stop you with a4, you're gonna come knight b4. And other ideas, typical ideas, are knight a5, knight e5, with an idea heading to c4. That was a 2-minute summary of what to do in the Sicilian.
Yeah.
Sometimes bishop e6. They will try to use the sort of outpost here on d5, but we all know it's not a real outpost because you can kick him. The other problem is that they want you to kick them because then you would make the d6 pawn weak, so it's double-edged. They might want to push f4, maybe somewhere e5, f5. Sometimes they go aggressive with g4 and g5 kind of attacking. Bright, like the best side about it is like objectively the position is equal, so Andrea did all what she needed from the opening. She equalized with black. What are you drinking, Hammer? Tea? Black tea?
Tea.
Black
Black
tea.
tea. Today, Lady Grey. Yesterday, Earl Grey. Today, Lady Grey.
I never tried Lady Grey. What is it about?
I read on Wikipedia that it's like a special brand they made for the Scandinavian market, who feels Earl Grey is a bit bitter, and then Lady Grey is a bit more citrusy or something.
All right, I thought you were
remember.
going into other direction between differences. And but yeah, that's interesting. Never heard of it. I hope I'll try it once. Interesting. No, I'm on a regular coffee with lactose-free milk, but not that you actually are interested, but maybe chat. Yeah, things have been slowed down as of right now. Both girls are thinking maybe it's time for us to remind you the sponsor of our event. We have Coinbase, who has partnered with us for $20,000 for this tournament in giveaways, which is insane. And every day we have the minimum $1,000 raffle if you type the command Coinbase and the command raffle and fill in the Google Doc form. Use the email address that you already have associated with your official account. You can participate in the raffle. And so far, we have had not just $1,000, but $2,500 thanks to Andrea and Alexandra, who have been winning their games. If one of the sisters wins, we always have a it's actually double and a half price in giveaway. And in any case, you can already claim your first $20 BTC on the code BOTEZ20 for your first trade. Hammer, are you a crypto guy?
No.
Yeah, usually chess players, it's rare. Like, the stronger you are, the more you're focused on one thing. And somehow I'm not surprised. But I'm sure Alexandra could give you a couple of advice how to trade and stock your crypto. She is very, very, very skilled in that. Hammer is king.
What?
It's okay. We have not had any move. So, chat, let me point the finger at you. How are you doing today? We are streaming live to Twitch, but also YouTube. Hello, YouTube. Also, Twitter, X, and even Instagram. Guys, on Instagram, if you want to see the boards, the horizontal format, you should go to YouTube and Twitch. But hello to Instagram as well. I see you and I hear you.
Wow, a separate broadcast for Instagram? Those guys are so special, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, well, because it's horizontal. Yeah, maybe we also stream on TikTok, actually. I don't know for this one. But maybe someone in chat knows.
I'm really interested in Alexandra's position now. I think she has a ton of choice, which is always really, really difficult to deal with. Pawn takes pawn is definitely an option. What I don't like about this is that it activates the Black Knight, and the Black Knight could potentially move further forward and attack both the Queen and the Bishop. So I'm not that big of a fan of such a trade. We can go pawn to d5. And that's a very interesting move because essentially we're saying we don't want you to get rid of the pawn on e5. We want this pawn to be standing there so that it's blocking your bishop, but it's also blocking the potential of the rook pointing down on the white king. So that's definitely an interesting option, but it kind of neglects the development. It doesn't do anything to get the king to safety quicker. And then we have these knight moves, the knight moving away to give space for the bishop. And the disadvantage of the knight moves, I'm not sure there's any disadvantages with the knight moves. I think knight here or knight g3, maybe knight g3 probably to give extra protection into the middle. That looks to me like it's a good move. She did play knight to c1.
Yay!
So I'm reasonably happy about this. And her opponent seemed very well prepared. But when Alexandra has a choice of 5 different moves, I'm kind of hoping that he's not going to respond instantly and that he hasn't had the opportunity to investigate every single possible move in that situation.
Yeah. I like that you have a hope. And I always like that Alexandra is preparing her short castle. Did you guys have any talk yesterday about the yesterday's game?
Yeah. What do you have in mind?
Like, did you manage to keep it positive at the same time instructive in regards of the things we have discussed?
Oh, sure. No, I mean, I don't. Alexandra doesn't need that much positive feedback when she's winning. It's more like, so it was a bit more on the constructive side, and we looked at some of her decisions with the pawns.
Yeah.
And discussed around them. I think it was a really useful. I think when you're at a tournament, your ability to learn is greater because you feel more in the moment. Like you feel like what you're learning is going to be so much more valuable in the very short term. So I think it's very useful to do some of those middle game decisions in the during the tournament, because then she's more receptive and kind of more focused in wanting to commit things to memory and have it for the long term. So and it's easier to do constructive feedback when she's winning, because then you don't have to encourage as much because she's already very, very happy.
Yeah, makes sense. What did you think? Did you discuss the rooks in front of the pawn stuff and the knight to e4 plan?
Rook in front of the pawn?
Like the rook lifts in front, rook f7, rook b7 in front of b6 and b3 pawns, and then rook
Yeah,
a7.
no, not too much. I mostly talked about her pawn move decisions. So mostly we talked about this f6 move where she self-blocked her own bishop, and we talked about. Damn it, he's playing quickly again.
Oh yeah, well,
This
let's
guy
focus on
has
that.
prepared very well.
Oh, d5. Has
Massive
just-
tension now in the center of the board.
Man, who takes who? Is it d takes e5 or e takes d5? D takes e5? Yeah.
I don't know. This is very difficult for Alexandra to deal with, especially when she's kind of clearly playing against a computer. One thing is playing such a position against an opponent who's, well prepared, but still very much still a 2100-ish player. But going up against this, feeling the pressure when he's definitely looked at this before the game with a computer, that's very, very scary. I wonder if she captures on d5. Dina, do you think he takes back with the knight or with the pawn?
That's a good question. Both are valid. The idea of taking it with a knight is that you open the bishop and you have even more pressure to kind of open an exchange. So maybe that. Because
Yeah,
if you
that
take
would be
with
my
the,
first instinct as well.
yeah, because if you take with the pawn, then we can just develop somewhere and castle.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still
Honestly,
debatable.
I don't see the problem here, Dina. Like, I feel like Alexandra is going to get her pieces into the game.
Well,
Can
if
we
that
find
were the
something
case-
that we're scared of?
Okay, let's take with a knight. Pawn takes, and now if we do the same thing, it doesn't work anymore because there is queen a5 in the end of the line.
No, but why are we putting the bishop here?
Okay, let's put it on e2. I agree. And then yeah, this is probably fine. Well, he will give us some headache, but I guess we can castle anyway. So I think worst come to worst, like if all pieces trade and Alexander finishes the development, then we are safe.
Yeah, because right now I'm not super pessimistic about this. Even though he's playing super quickly, and even though Alexandra hasn't castled her king, I do think the fact that Alexandra has an extra pawn, it gives her some leeway in what she can allow herself to do.
Leeway.
Some margin.
Nice. Hammer, did you study in USA by any chance?
No, but I did have 1 year at elementary school in the US.
Elementary school?
Yeah, my family lived a year in the US when I was a kid.
Wow. I thought you studied in like Stanford or Webster or one of those chess colleges.
No.
Wow.
What's a CM? Asks Zorn, seeing that Ganta has one of these chess titles. A CM is a player who has reached 2,200 rating. So this Ganta player, he's very, very good. He was 2,200 just a couple of months ago. But he played a tournament. No, he actually played 2 tournaments in India and got battered by the underrated Indian kids and other people, and lost a ton of rating because of that. And then when he returned playing tournaments in Europe, he lost quite a bit more then, which I guess is because his confidence took a bit of a
Hit.
battering.
Yeah.
He asked to play, so he's very close to 2,000 rating. The rating we have on our graphic is, I'm not sure it's entirely accurate. His rating right now is 1991. So he's very close to 2,000 rated. And he asked the organizers whether he could play the A group instead, because he wants to play the best opposition possible. But the organizers said, no, if you're under 2000, you have to play the under 2000 group.
Yeah, which is very surprising. And in the meantime, Alexandra did take the right capture, and he replied right away with the knight takes.
You know what, Dina? In this
Yeah.
position we have on the board right now, before he took with the knight, the computer wanted him to sacrifice a third pawn with knight to b6. Knight to b6 is the craziest move I have ever seen. He already sacrificed a pawn on the b5 square. Now he let Alexandra take on a d5, and then the computer wanted him to capture another pawn, making it 3 pawns more for white. That is wild. But also that was not played.
Completely crazy. Well, that might prove the fact that maybe, well, depends what kind of engine he uses, but maybe he already...
he's not in his preparation. Right now, he's just playing quickly to try and stress out Alexandra. By not playing knight to b6, he revealed that he's not in his computer preparation, that he's just trying to play quick moves to stress out Alexandra.
Yeah, which is, or can be a good strategy, continue bluffing, so to be playing poker and putting your opponent under pressure. It can backfire if the position is important and you need to kind of find the best, but if he considers after c takes and knight takes and takes some time, never on earth would he find or understand knight b6 on his own. But so maybe it's a good strategy, Hammer continuing putting pressure. But Alexandra replied right away, and she took on d5, and after pawn takes on d5, which has happened now, she already made a move. What is it, Hammer? Did she develop the bishop on e2?
He did. So Alexandra is getting her pieces out. She has an extra pawn. I think this is fine. And we know that the guy is not in his preparation. And now he actually has to come up with a plan to justify the fact that he gave away a pawn in the opening.
Right.
Ooh, Dina, I have an idea.
Ooh, tell me.
Dina, my idea is terrible. Okay, never mind. I thought maybe you could go queen to b6 to try and put pressure down towards the pawn in the center and towards the bishop. And then I realized that I'm only putting my queen in a position where the bishop is going to threaten the queen. For some reason, I thought having this pressure was nice, but it turns out it was rather the other way around. The arrow was wrong direction. It was the white bishop pointing towards the black queen, not the other way around.
Do I need you to teach what is an X-ray?
Dina, I'm very good at chess.
Okay.
Very good at chess. But the expressions, I'm better with good moves than the names.
Okay. You got it, chat. He's very good and he knows. And X-ray is usually like the thing that when you put the queen, like when the rook in front of the queen or the rook in front of the king, that's an X-ray. But here it's like queen is under the bishop X-ray.
Okay, so X-ray is pointing in something's general direction.
Wait, do you seriously not know?
No, why would I? When I was this bad that I needed to know such elementary things, I was a little Norwegian kid. So, and I don't even know the Norwegian expressions because I got language confused staying a year in the US. So, no, I don't know. But I know what's a good move and what's not a good move. Isn't that enough?
Okay, chat. So this is official. Like, you need to praise this moment. The only time during the broadcast when you can feel yourself being smarter and stronger than the grandmaster themselves. But it's just for your ego. So an X-ray is usually referred to, for example, like rook to e1. That's an X-ray to the king. And same, like most likely it's actually for the queen, right? Like something like this. And then if these pawns were to disappear, then you wouldn't want to have like the queen in front of the rook, right? But here it's like hard to find an example. But it is important for your prophylactical thinking, because when you know, okay, my queen is in front of the rook, I better move it away.
This is an X-ray towards the white rook.
No, it's actually really like towards the queen. And here I was just...
No, you can't just have an expression that's only for the queen. No, I'm calling bullshit on that.
Okay, I'm Googling. X-ray chess. Let's see. X-ray chess. He called me bullshit, chat. Okay, you're right. It's Rentgen, we say in Russian. Okay, an X-ray is a tactic where a piece indirectly controls a square from the other side of an intervening piece. Generally, a piece reforming an X-ray either affects the skewer, indirectly attacks an enemy piece through another piece or pieces, or defends a friendly piece through an enemy piece. All right. So, but I swear to you guys, even though, okay, Hammer was right, I swear to you, most commonly it's referring to queen.
Okay.
All right, he didn't play the queen b6.
Well, he's not gonna, because he's not gonna go into the bishop's X-ray. I'm a quick learner. I'll say that.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that. Beautiful. I'm so impressed. This is how you become also a grandmaster, but you learn quick and you want to learn. Even from anyone, even from people who are way weaker than you. All right. How are the things doing at Andrea's board in the meantime?
Yeah, I guess I've kind of not paid a lot of attention to Andrea on account of her just well, it's not her fault. It's more that Alexandra's position kind of caught fire very early on. But now Alexandra is one move away from castling, and we frankly don't see how her opponent can prevent that. So this makes a good moment to check on Andrea and how she's doing. So Andrea made her King's Indian setup, no pawns in the center of the board. But what I do like is that she immediately after having this early castling and her hideout for the bishop pointing down the board, she does find a way to trade her pawn in towards the center of the board. And now Andrea has a long-term advantage of 2 pawns versus 1 in the center. The problem is that her opponent's pawn, the 1 pawn, is further advanced in the center, and as such is taking a bit more control in towards Andrea's half of the board. Knight c6 puts pressure on the knight, and the knight actually just escapes. Andrea moves her knight so that the bishop's diagonal is opened up. H3 is a bit of a weird move from white, but it tells me that he's planning to push the pawns forward on the king side. I feel like that's the only useful idea behind that move. Andrea is not faced. She goes knight c5, getting the knight in a better position. And here her opponent goes pawn to a4. Basically, he's concerned that Andrea will push her b-pawn up the board to try and chase the knight away. This knight is quite useful where it is because it's blocking the bishop's diagonal down the board. So he wants to keep the knight where it is. Oh, actually, I got this wrong, Dina, because Andrea played bishop to e6, and now her opponent went knight d5. And it turns out this a4 move was more so that he could move the knight to the d5 square without allowing Andrea to go pawn to b5 and getting space on the queen side.
Right. Remember, Chad, I told you, in Sicilian, black has only 2 plans. Either push d5 or push b5. And when none of those is possible, you gotta go for the c4 square and kind of use the c file, the activity here. Well, Wire wants to play c3 and kill all the vibe here for us with the barrier. So we do wanted to exploit the c file from with the rook and the knight and head to c4. This would be my advice to Andrea next. Knight on d5 is annoying, and I wouldn't be surprised if they went with the other knight, but at the same time, if they take, it's good for us because we would kick their knight and then open the rook. This is kind of one of those examples where you can really learn strategy in the Sicilian pawn structure, which is actually very useful for you. So stick for this one. Well.
So, what are you expecting from Andrea here?
Well, my recommendation would be like moves such as rook c8, maybe. Well, okay, you're right. You call me out because I need to be careful with b4. Now the rook is hanging. And with knight e5, I need to be careful with a5. I'd say rook c8 doesn't hurt, but they were gonna go c3, right?
Yeah.
And then after knight a5, they're gonna go b4. So
let's just put the moves on the board.
yeah. So maybe knight a5 first. Yeah, rook c8 is annoying because they have this barrier. Remember, there's basically one pawn stops 3 pieces bishop, knight, because knight can't enter, and the rook. So damn, I hate to see the rook c8 is not useful. Man, if we do this first, knight a5.
Why are you going via the a5 square? Why are you not going via e5 to c4?
I wasn't sure. I mean, they can do it anyway, right? Yeah, probably this is the right thing. We're not afraid. Like, pawns look strong, but for now, thank God they cannot really advance without creating weaknesses.
But when the knight gets to the c4 square, she would like to go a6 and b5 to reinforce the knight, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not too familiar with these kind of positions, Dina, but I feel like whenever the knight comes to d5, you're supposed to just capture it.
Yeah, but what if... Oh... Well, that is a basic principle of outpost. You don't want a piece to stay there, right? So if you, if they take with a queen, you probably have some ideas. You just need to be careful that you have some dynamics, because if you don't, the long term 2 bishops advantage is going to be really annoying for you. Man, really.
But at the same time, this pawn is blocking the bishop. So I feel like I'm not sure what the knight is doing on c5 is what I'm thinking right now. I feel like I kind of like this plan Andrea had with bishop to e6, but it's not clear to me that this knight is better placed on c5 than it was on f6. If we do the same kind of moves for Andrea, just without this maneuvering to c5, bishop e6, rook to c1, and then go with Dina's kind of trying to get the knight to the c4 square. Anytime now the white knight gets to d5, I feel like you're supposed to take and go like knight c4. No, computer hates this as well. Okay, it turns out I just don't understand these kind of positions.
It's not like computer hates that. I think we could give him more chance.
Yeah.
I don't hate this knight maneuver, just at least because she opened her bishop. Now, obviously, the opponent is gonna block it with c3. Andrea's thinking, oh yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry, complete your...
No. I finished. Go on.
No, because you made this really good point that if we go rook c8, c3, then these 2 pawns, pawn protected by another pawn, that is a bishop's nightmare. Bishops hate being pointing in towards an opponent's pawn blocked by another, protected by another pawn. And you also made that the same thing is true for the rook.
And
so
for
what
the knight, it's actually 1 pawn against 3 pieces. Do you know what's
to a
the name
lesser
of
degree the knight, I think, but I see your point.
Do you know what's the name of this one? It is also basic Russian terminology. Chad actually knows. Wow. Damn, Chad, look at you. You know more than the Grandmaster. Okay, guys, bring it on. Bring it on. What's the C3 B2 pawns are? Oh, come on, don't say.
In the Norwegian chess broadcasts, I used to call it concrete or granite.
It's called a barrier. This is a barrier. Exactly, Chad. I see some people know. People who stick around BotezLive know. It's a barrier against. It kills. I do believe. I know you disagree with a knight, but I still think that it restrains. I mean, this is how I go with it.
Yeah.
1 pawn, 3 pieces, which is really crazy. You wanted to add on something with this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. So realizing the effectiveness of this C3 pawn protected by other pawn move, I have decided that in this position, Dina, I want to go A6. And then after C3, I want to go B5. And essentially what I'm doing is I'm trying to get my pawn up here to challenge the white pawn. And if we do lots of trades and then white continues with their plan of just rushing the pawns up, then I'm going to go B4. And I'm going to challenge these two white pawns. Basically, I'm just going to try and trade so that instead of one pawn protected by another pawn, I'm gonna make it one pawn instead.
Makes sense. And once again, I do want to highlight Hammer goes for the most basic plan in this Sealand. It's either, remember, D5 or B5. So getting back to the roots is important. Whenever you don't know, in despair, when you don't know what to do, you need to think what are the main plans. One thing that you need to consider is what happens after A5, because A5 is would be like the natural way to stop. Luckily here, Black has more attacks than white defenders, although we cannot rush right away. Oh my god! Hammer, have you seen this? Sacrificing the rook. You haven't.
I had not seen that, no.
You cannot do it right away because the girl is hanging there. So takes, and then boom and boom. And we get back the thing. But yeah, so that's I guess that's the only headache, but
that's quite a big one.
It gives away like B5 square, but we actually, when the knight comes here, okay.
Yeah, Dina, can I not just capture this knight and then take the pawn?
This knight you can absolutely capture. And then, okay, this is crazy. Like, basically, computer says it doesn't matter. The position is still totally fine. But, oh, I know why. Where is this guy going now? You don't have the C6. You have the C3. Okay, B3. Okay, this is crazy. God. Yeah, we shouldn't take into consideration. This is like some crazy compensation that only grandmasters would understand.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think we should just keep in mind that assume he will not play. He will never play. White will never play A5. But what it teaches us, Chad, is that for Black, you want to prepare B6, and for white, you want to stop B6. We've seen this, I think, in Alexandra's game from maybe round 1 or round 2. Normally, you would want to go first B6, and then A6, and then B5 to avoid the A5 to create your backward pawn. But here it might be just simply way too slow, and the bishop at this diagonal might be also some, you know what I mean. All right, yeah. I've finished my rant.
Yeah, Andrea took on D5.
Good.
Which I thought was what you're supposed to do in these situations. But computer doesn't really like it. So I'm a bit confused by that. Her opponent took back with a pawn quite quickly, putting pressure on the knight, and now we're expecting knight to E5.
Yeah, and here basically we have a downside and upside. Upside for white, it doesn't exist. Yeah, the bright thing for white is that they have 2 bishops. The downside for now, as Hammer pointed out, this bishop is blocked by the d5 square pawn. But nevertheless, the position is open. We have 2 open files, semi-open files in the center. So normally long-term bishops can be better. And I think that's why computer gives a slight advantage here for white. And yes, we are lacking Alex's cam, but don't worry, that will be fixed.
Are you guaranteeing it's going to be fixed?
Oh yeah, it's always gonna be fixed. They see it. It's always getting fixed. Don't you worry, dear.
Well, we need to somehow get hold of the organizers, and then they have to relay a message, and it's usually a bit of complications getting it up and running again.
Well, for some reason, like in Fermentera, it would be like a fix of like just a few minutes. So I think there is always someone who's checking an eye on those.
Rook to a4 played on Alexandra's board. Very interesting move.
Interesting.
Trying to put pressure in towards Alexandra's pawn. And if Alexandra tries to protect the pawn, that would be a big mistake. Because then after takes, I'm scared that there's going to be some kind of a check attacking both the knight and the bishop. But maybe the problem is just the rook. The X-ray down towards the white king and on the bishops. And if we then try to castle, the rook will just capture the bishop because the bishop was then an integral piece to the puzzle in terms of protecting the knight. And here black is just cruising with that whole situation. And we can see Alexandra in the background is trying to fix her camera. So she's prioritizing that over having to play her moves. And that is the problem with being a streamer. Cannot focus entirely on the game and instead now is focusing on the camera instead.
This is a natural grandmaster instinct that is prevailing in Hammer right now. Trust me, chat, I know myself. I have been playing for a couple of years games and streaming. It does not distract you. In fact, it only motivates you way more because when you see all these people, all of you guys rooting and supporting, it makes you so much stronger and so much better. One thing I would say is that it will help you, like having a tech guy on site is just definitely helping, but it's like having like an assistant in general. Yeah, they kind of have the laptop point.
Ina, since you started streaming your tournaments, how has your rating done?
Shut up. Okay.
Have you? No, okay. No, that was a hit below
I
the belt.
I have a line on that.
Every streamer who has done IRL content has a lost rating.
I actually really love you calling me out. I'm being mean only for the show, but I have an explanation to that. My rating went down.
The explanation is that being a streamer and doing content as kind of like just as big as a priority as having good results, it is detrimental to your chess game. I had this discussion with Anna Kamling, and basically what I said to her is that you basically have to become an even better chess player so that when you're performing on stream to be at 2100, your real strength is going to be like 2250. You got to increase your real strength to increase your level on stream because all the distractions of stream will affect your level in game. So it becomes about, if she plays a tournament without streaming, then probably she's going to have much better results because her ability to focus on what she's doing is going to be much higher.
I mean, it depends for who. It's for me personally, my rating was affected by the American underrated kids. But I have the tournaments that I played off stream, Hammer, have been the worst. I have had 2 horrible tournaments last year, European Team Championship and European Club Cup. absolutely horrible, and those were the only tournaments that I did not stream.
Wow.
So yeah, for me, there is a lot about preparation for the game and the discipline, for example. So there is that. But during the game, I always feel only empowered by the stream.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. It goes against everything I believe, but I guess I'm open to input sometimes, once in a while.
I think what can affect where you're right is your like the work you put on chess off stream. How much time you can dedicate off stream? Sorry, I meant off tournaments. How much time you can dedicate off tournaments, and how much time you can dedicate kind of and how much you prepare before the games during the tournaments. But in the game, that small moments, nah, don't worry about that. But there are things that where you're right. Yeah, we're both right and wrong in our own ways. How about that? Diplomat Dina. There's a new Dina that has been born today. The supportive, diplomatic Dina.
I do feel a little bad, Dina, because going after another chess player's results, that is just way below the belt. Like, that is unacceptable, and I apologize.
Well, absolutely don't. You should not. It's like, okay, I love being roasted. And I think, especially when you're right, please roast me more. I know, actually, really, I love when people bring that. And if anything, that only helps me get my ass back to work and work more on my chess. And for instance, next week I'm playing, and it's going to be off stream. So hopefully it's going to go good, but I'm looking forward to get back to my normal rating and higher.
Now I feel a bit like Andrea when Alexandra turned out to like being shocked when they did the colors.
Oh yeah, that's right. No, I mean, come on, you're saying the truth. Like I think one should not get offended by truth. I think it's like one should be smart enough to not get offended by truth.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not one of those people, but you go, girl.
Like, you don't like when I call you princess?
No, that's fine. But
see, you don't get offended on truth. Princess Hammer.
I am not a princess. Princess is fine because it's very obviously not the truth. What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm tired today. This stream has been long, but it's just because I didn't eat before this stream. But next time's gonna be fine. I will eat and I will have more energy.
Hammer's not a princess, he's a queen.
Okay, let's go back to serious, okay? We have games ongoing, and Alexandra has fixed her cam, and like in that famous novel, did not steal any pieces off the board.
Yeah, but look at Andrea's opponent, Rook to A2. What are they feeding these 1900s in Bulgaria? Playing prophylactic moves in positional style? That's wild. Dina, isn't this like a 2200 kind of move?
I do believe so. It's a very strong move.
He's getting out of the X-ray, Dina.
Yeah. Preparing B3 or C3 or C4. Oh, you were proud that you learned a new word. Sorry,
I was, yes.
Yeah, I noticed with a slight delay. GG's. Good. Very good, Hammer. So yeah, this is an impressive move. But you know what? Not surprise me, because the guy is a Bulgarian. Bulgarian, it's like Russian, but Bulgarian. So yeah, I'm very I'm not surprised. It's all this former Yugoslavia, another chess country.
Oh my god. Dina, do you know what the computer recommendation is in Alexandra's game?
Absolutely not.
The computer wants Alexandra to castle here, ignoring the threat to her pawn in the center. That's brilliant, but that's also very, very difficult to realize that you're in such a precarious state that you just got to get your king away immediately. I
Okay.
was
Well, that makes sense. I think you had this example like the day before, yesterday morning, right?
yeah.
Yesterday morning in Alexander's game when there were triple pawns possible.
But this is a bit different, right? Because it's not giving the opponent tripled pawns, and making the trade does not undouble the opponent's pawns. But here the key is that if we take the pawn on e5, oh my god, computer hates that for Alexandra. This rook to a4 is super dangerous for her. I thought, why hasn't she taken the pawn on e5 already? But actually, that's highly problematic. After knight takes back, the knight is headed into the danger zone. And here, when Alexandra castles, the knight can move further on, attacking the queen, attacking the bishop. We're going to have to give up our own bishop. But then black has very nice bishops coming in to put pressure down towards Alexandra's queen side. And even though black is down a pawn, the computer massively favors his position. I only now realized how tricky Alexandra's position is. This rook to a4 move was excellent. And if she manages to find castles, I will be incredibly impressed.
Castles take, we gotta go back. And what if knight tries now to enter to c4? We have time to play b3, and now we are having an advantage. And there's a huge potential here for Alexandra, by the way, because she has 2 connected pass pawns. Man, I agree. If Alexandra finds this, we should give her a grandmaster title.
I did not say that though. So in that case, you cannot agree to a statement I have not made. Have you been doing this the whole week? How much else have you managed to make people believe that I had said?
Well, I'm just emphasizing what you want to say. It's just being a little bit overly dramatic, but just for the sake of the community's entertainment. Hammer means Alexandra would be really smart, and what's a better way to describe that? Okay, Alexandra's smart, but not a grandmaster. That's okay.
Yeah.
So I think she's gonna find it, and she's thinking,
there's no way.
Oh, absolutely, she's gonna find it. Where is all your belief and support in your
No,
student?
because I mean that wasn't even my second instinct to castle here, giving up the pawn in the center.
There's bishop b5 she might consider, which also
Bishop
works.
b5 is great. Let's
You're
do
welcome.
bishop b5. Let's do a draw. No, let's move the bishop back and let's make a draw.
But where was the rook before? Oh,
On a8, but
yeah. And then here. Oh yeah.
Draw would be a great result for Alexandra, especially given how much pressure she was put under here from the opening. I like bishop b5. Whatever we do, just don't take this pawn. Don't allow the knight to get into the center of the board. But what here, Dina, if he sacrifices? Maybe we have bishop g5. Because if he sacrifices the rook and we get this sort of position, this is incredibly dangerous. Because there's this queen coming in here for the check. There's the rook pointing down on the king. And there's also the bishop. Like, this would be just terrible for Alexandra. She would need to go queen b4 to keep her bishop safe. And we lost Andrea this time.
Ooh. Listen.
And she's back.
If they go here and rook e8, here, this is bad because d3 takes and we get destroyed on this diagonal. I am worried. And the best would be king f1 or, oh my god, this The only move that keeps up with the equality is King D1. Good luck on finding that. Man, and now, okay, Hammer, this is getting unreal. This is getting
What?
surreal. This is
Rook
getting surreal.
C4?
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Alexandra's position is super scary. Why did we not go bishop g5? Was there something wrong with bishop g5?
I mean, I was just trying to be more solid, but yeah, bishop g5 is fine. But here, actually, yeah, here white is better all of a sudden. Wow, crazy how things can change.
No, because we need to put the pressure on the queen so that we can take the rook, right?
Oh yeah, actually, we can get this. Whoa. Well, this would be fine, right? I mean, white.
I would assume so. He would never go for this.
Yeah, black has the compensation, but yeah, no. Okay. Long story short, this is
We're
a
hoping for this
complicated.
move.
Yes, this is a complicated position, but Alexandra does have bishop b5 and short castle to keep
Oh my
her.
god, she castled!
There we go!
I'm telling you, she's playing incredibly well this tournament.
But you said she would never do it, Hammer. Look
I
at
was
you.
wrong. I mean, I don't know.
You were wrong. You are ready to admit you were wrong. You're a student. What about the grandmaster title?
No, Grandmaster. We don't. I worked my ass off, Dina, to get that Grandmaster title. I don't want to give it away just willy nilly.
You don't have to give it away. You can just share it.
You want me to share my title with Alexandra? I'll be
she told-
responsible for everything, and she'll be what? The castler? Do you see the irony of putting Alexandra in charge of castling? What move did she castle on now? Move 16. Honestly, by her standards, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. We're not spoiled with her castling before move 16.
Oh man. Castle people as soon as you can if you want to get your chess to the next level. Great. Life is beautiful. Is it time to go to Andrea?
Ban castling so less draw happens, says ooh. Also, banning castling would massively improve Alexandra's rating. If she's only castling on move 20 on average, imagine how good it would be if her opponents couldn't castle either.
Yeah, no one would castle, and Alex will be the happiest player out there.
No,
Also,
but
Papa Boat is
this castles move is
yeah.
fantastic, Dina. Like, this is incredible play.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And I want to call out Papa Botas, who, just like you, did not believe that his own daughter would castle.
But, like...
He said she was looking at the left side of the board.
Okay. So he didn't necessarily say she wasn't good enough to castle, just that his analysis of the situation. That's better than what I did, at least.
Okay. Well, where are we? Let's look at how Andre is doing.
Yeah. Andrea's opponent is finding some really nice positional moves.
The
Did
more
you
I look
also
at it,
refill your tea?
I have for now. I have my tea and my coffee. For now, I'm good.
Wait, you're mixing? Are you allowed to mix?
No, I'm not mixing. I'm like, first I will finish my coffee and then I'll start my tea.
Is that a thing?
Well, I drink a lot of. I am obsessed with hot drinks.
Okay.
Well, the more I look at this Andreas bishop take d5, the less I like it, because it seems like now the game is going to be one-sided. And yeah, that's what I don't like. The game is going to be one-sided. Like, I don't see how Andrea is going to be able to create her play, plus your opponent's style might be actually fitting more to her opponent's style, who is like
He's playing very well right now.
solid, positional, building up. Yeah, and what worries me is that knowing Andrea, she sometimes, when she feels like, that rat that is pushed to the corner, she cracks. She explodes and sends the nuke. But we would want her to improve on holding on, keeping up, no matter what kind of pressure and how uncomfortable you are with your position, right?
Yeah.
So this is my worry, that it's not her, like, it's a tough psychological spot for her, because she now has to just hold on.
Yeah. And her opponent is doing such a good job of restricting her options. Andrea quite clearly wanted to try and get her knight to the c4 square, but by evacuating this diagonal with the rook, White was able to follow up with this b3 move afterwards, and now there's a very clear lack of good squares for Andrea's knights. He has one good square for the knight, which is on c5. And now she just moved her knight away from that good square. So, rip. Oh, I actually kind of like this, Dina. Because now if pawn to c4, then Andrea can put one knight on the b4 square and reinforce it with the pawn. And then she can get the other knight to the c5 square.
Ooh, I love that.
This is not too bad, right?
Yeah.
Computer still hates her position, but at least then she has some well-placed pieces.
Oh, yeah. I like that.
But I feel like maybe she should have waited to go knight a6 until the guy actually played c4. Because now he can go c3, right?
Mm-hmm.
And just prevent that square for the knight. Maybe it's fine.
Yeah, maybe she should have, what that thing that you do after the opening, once the opening is finished. Do you know it?
The crab.
No. Once the opening finishes, which is still part of the opening, you need to connect your rooks by moving up your queen. She should have done another development
No, but then you're
move.
blundering your knight.
Sorry. I'm taking my words back. What about queen c7?
Yeah, queen c7 works.
Just something, right? With the idea of hammer to wait. Every time I see Andrea having her knight on the rim is slim, I don't feel comfortable. I have a PTSD.
Is slim a derogatory term?
This is Andrea's. This is Andrea's quote. Actually, she invented that.
Okay.
No. There's no. I don't have a complex.
I don't mean derogatory. I mean like negative.
No. I don't have a complex of overweight. But in this scenario, I have a PTSD from Andrea's game in Fermentera, where I think round 1, where she would put the knight on h3 and then just blunder it. Do you remember, chat? So every time she puts a piece back to the knight back to the side, I get nervous. Knight on the rim is green.
Or dim. Dim is what I've been taught.
Yeah, it is dim.
Grim is a better word, arguably.
Yeah. No, it's Andrea's invention.
I want to talk a bit about Alexandra's position, because she just went bishop to g5 for absolutely no good reason. For the life of me, I do not understand why she's not playing bishop to f2 to have that pressure in towards the isolated pawn, the pawn that cannot be protected by other pawns in the center of the board. She did incredibly well to find this castling move, but then right after, she makes a move that just doesn't make sense in the context of the latest move she made.
Oh no. No.
That being said, she's still gonna get a good blockade. She's gonna get her knight to this d3 square.
Yeah.
And
Beautifully placed.
and this knight is making sure that the pawn cannot move forward, which in turn means that black's bishop has now been limited by the fact that its own pawn is standing in the way.
Yeah. You guys know Hammer told you knight is the best blockader, the best possible blockader. So in this sense, Alexander's right. Why the heck would I put my bishop passively on f2 when I can put it more actively on g5?
On g5, it's pointing into nothingness, whereas on f2, it's pointing in towards a target in black's position. Why do you think f2 is more passive when f2 is the only thing that's actually attacking something?
Hammer, you read my mind. I was just gonna say, and then you called it out.
Oh, you were starting. Oh, sorry.
No, but that's perfect. That's what I call a synchronized.
Synchronized, yeah. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
The grandmasters are unhappy.
That's exactly the point. Yeah. And the worst thing is, like, imagine there is a situation like this. They play rook e8. We do something like rook e1. And then they can play h6. And oh, sorry. Okay, this is okay, this doesn't work. I was thinking about some case scenario like this. But probably, yeah, white has enough time to kick the rook out. Just somewhere along the lines, e3, once the bishop is kicked, could get more vulnerable. I just feel like there isn't enough air for this bishop here. I actually feel unsafe. But that being said, okay, it's probably not that significant right now, as long as she blocks the on d3 next.
Well, my concern is that the black knight may try and go to the c4 square. So obviously now that the queen is under attack, he's going to go queen b6.
Okay. Knight b3.
And then knight d3, I feel pretty safe that Alexandra is going to play that.
Uh-huh.
And then I'm a bit scared of knight e5 to
yeah, I was going to
c4.
suggest b3, as you might have guessed.
Yeah, that would be my instinct as well. I guess this is fine because she's controlling this. Basically, Alexandra needs to keep her queen here, but any point at which this knight, the black knight, can try and kick the queen, we're actually controlling those kicking squares with our pawns. So that should be fine.
Okay, here's a quick instructional tip for the viewers. In this position is equal, even though normally, pawn structure-wise, white has a huge advantage because they have two connected passed pawns. Any endgame is winning. Black, however, has a huge compensation for that, even though their pawns are doubled. But just because, and isolated, but which is much weaker, but just because their pawns are in the center, and the minor pieces are on the board, black has lots of ideas using the dynamics and getting into the opponent territory on this squares c3 and e3, and hopefully even, I mean, not hopefully, but potentially by the c and e file. So what is the plan here for white? To win this game, we simply need to remove all the pieces off the board. I would say start with... That's a good question. I was going to say hammer. I was going to say start with minor, but then I realized that this is a pass pawn, and pass pawn, actually, you can lose when you have major pieces. So probably remove the queens would help, minor pieces, and then if we are heading with the rooks, then the question is what is the activity? But if we manage to capitalize, imagine we put two rooks here, we bring the king. I mean, man, no, actually, if we have the rooks, I'm going on a dungeon, because if we have the rooks, we'll just push these guys. rook on d1 and then push this and then bring the king. Yeah, let's say you remove queens and knight and bishop, and then it's a completely winning endgame. On the other hand, black should keep up the pressure and keep the pieces on the board and use the center. So basically, long story short, center is so important that even the garbage like d4 and e4 can compensate for 2 future queens because the garbage is in the center. What did you think about my thesis?
I may have lost you at some point there.
It's
And
okay.
then I thought I caught back up with you until the garbage is in the center, and then you lost me again.
Well, listen, at least you got some time to rest, right?
Yeah.
He's honest about it, chat.
So Queen b6 has been played, and this kind of just highlights why we preferred that Alexandra keep her bishop on this f2 square, because then the queen's pressure on the diagonal wouldn't be that big of a deal. Alexandra has already played knight to d3, and now I'm expecting her opponent to go rook e8. I think this is a very useful move. Dina mentioned some ideas of going rook to e3. I like that. I think that's very interesting. But also just wanting to go bishop to a6 afterwards and putting pressure in towards the knight and bishop together with the rook. Alexandra would probably go b3, kicking the rook back. And after the rook goes back, Alexandra will play something like rook to e1. When the bishop points in with this pressure, we should probably get the bishop away and offer a trade of rooks on the e-file. This is good. Like, if Alexandra if her 3 next moves, pretty much no matter what, is b3, rook e1, and bishop f1, then I think she's kind of keeping everything defended in a good way and will have decent chances for a draw or even a win. Like, her position is not bad at this point, but I would be happy with a draw given the tournament situation. Ganta is one of 2 players who's half a point behind Alexandra. So if Alexandra makes a draw now, she will keep her lead going into the next round.
Which would be great for us.
Yeah, and then winning would be even better, but we're not greedy.
Yeah. You know, Hammer, by the way, this is an interesting topic you bring, because whenever I am in the game, especially in my younger days, let's say pre-streaming, I was so highly ambitious that for me, any draw was a sign of weakness. Like, draws doesn't exist, don't offer draws. And I would always want to fight for win. Like, in a year where I did my 4th IM norm, which is like ironic because you only need 3, I had 3 consecutive games, like in a space of 3 or 4 months, where with white, my black would offer a draw and I would refuse, and this would be higher rated opponents like IMs, and I would refuse and then lose, because I always have this, or had this mindset, when you're playing with white, it's your responsibility to refuse the draw and fight for the win. And I'm curious, like, I mean, what you're saying to me, like, let's say if black right now offer the draw, should Alexandra accept or not? You would say, yes, of course she should accept, because she has been under pressure and she's leading and he's objectively a dangerous guy. And I agree with that. But in the moment when I'm a player, when I'm at the board, I kind of always have this over aggression. And I'm curious what you are like. Are you like kind of Anish Giri, who is ready to accept the draw and run around, like run away in the corner and hide, or like?
I remember when I was like 2300, I would just make as many draws against grandmasters as I could, because I was like, oh, draw against a grandmaster is fantastic. And
oh yeah, so you're also a low ambition guy.
Yeah, and then at some point my rating got so high that I had to realize that, you know what? I'm almost a grandmaster myself. I might need to go for the win every once in a while. And then I
Oh,
started
wow.
winning.
Nice. That's crazy. So you basically well, I wonder where it comes from. I thought because the reason I'm through Anish under the bus is that we talked about the chess is the presentation of your personality. So if you're like a solid, low risk, family oriented person, you don't look or need any like extra thing to get your dopamine and stuff like that. You are in peace with yourself. Like being more in peace with draws and accepting draws is kind of more logical style. But I'm surprised because I would think you Hammer must be like a kind of like a fighter. But like maybe in your earlier days you were a more solid guy. You were kind of like, okay, let's like draw is always a positive result. This is what you would think. But I mean, obviously turning the table around and like getting back to Alexandra and Andrea. I don't know what's Alexandra like right now. You guys say she wants to prove me wrong and to go for 9 out of 9. Possible. I know as a fact for Andrea, this is like one of the reasons why for me it's always been so easy to read Andrea and connect with her. Is like we kind of sometimes are very similar. I know for Andrea, any draw equals loss. For her, there is only one result, which is a win.
Yeah, that's strange to me. I cannot relate to that.
So you're a solid guy.
Yeah.
You don't take risks. You kind of like stabilize,
I
buy a
hate
house,
I hate
a car.
losing more than I love winning, which I think is true for most chess players. But I take the consequence of it by making sure that I don't lose more than making sure that I win.
Interesting. So you'd be great friends with Anish.
Um, I don't know. Um, we're getting moves on Alexandra's board, and frankly, I'm not a big fan of this move, Rook F to C1, because here Alexandra is not realizing the potential X-ray down towards her rook on A1. And I
Now we're
feel like
talking.
if she wanted to have a rook on the C file, she should have used the other rook.
But what about the
However,
blunder?
However, if she moves the other rook, then she's going to lose the pawn on the side of the board. So what she should have done is pawn to b3, attacking the rook, and when the rook moves, if she so chooses, she could have gone with the rook to c1 like she wanted to.
Or go for the win immediately and play bishop e7. But your point was let's put the rook on a5. Don't get distracted by details.
Sure. But that's just another reason why she should have played this b3 move, right? That she had the opportunity to actually make a bit of a trap for where the rook was going to go. So now that you point out this bishop e7, I'm disliking rook f to c1 even more.
Damn it.
So she's kind of losing a bit control of the situation, I feel. Rook to a8 played by her opponent, and once again, very important that Alexandra soon realizes that she's got to put some pressure on this black rook.
First of all, very proud of you mastering the concept of X-ray. Secondly, I'll be honest with you, as a parent who is rooting for their child more than anything, I cannot be unhappy when I see my daughter putting the rook on the open file, knowing that the history has proven herself that usually Alexandra would only put rooks in front of not one but two pawns. So I see a lot of personal growth here. B3 is still possible. Rook A3, we still have bishop E7, and then rook A5, we can even transfer our bishop here, and then they would have to go rook B5. And here, honestly, things are starting to get awkward. And remember, chat, more minor pieces are swallowed from the board, better it is for white, because we're slowly starting to push our passers, and these are two potential queens. So I get your points, but I think objectively
Tina,
Alexander is doing fine. Yeah.
I'm terrified she's going to play a3.
Oh. Yeah, about that.
So she could be thinking that she shouldn't move her b pawn, because then she has no way of protecting her pawn on a3. But like Dina's illustrating, allowing the knight to get to the c5 square and then jumping further towards this triple fork on the white pieces, that would be very, very, very bad. And the fact that she didn't go pawn to b3 on the previous move when it was very good makes me think that she's not going to do it now either when it's only good.
I agree, there is a risk like that. But if you discussed last night the mistake of pushing e3 pawn in the winning endgame instead of pushing the d pawn,
I did.
so then the lesson must have been learned.
How so?
Well, because the blockade. Remember, chat, last night Alex had these two pawns. She had them here. And by pushing the e3, the blockade was possible. So a3, it's the same weakness. You allow them to get you blockaded, while b3 doesn't let them blockade because you got your guy here kicking them out and not creating those holes. If you see what I mean.
Yeah, I just kind of disagree that it's the same sort of position, because the argument we made yesterday was that you should keep your pawns on the same square as your opponent's bishop to restrict the opponent bishop. But here, both players have two bishops each. So it's not clear whether you want your pawns on the light squares or the dark squares, because if you put the pawn on the dark squares, then the opponent may exploit the light squares, but also vice versa, because the opponent has the two bishops. So I don't think this relates to the lesson potentially learned yesterday. But I mean, if she finds castling, like she already found the difficult move, I should have some faith that she will find the follow-up sensible moves.
Yeah, I agree that strategy-wise, how would you make a difference? I guess here the most important thing is to back it up with tactics. Once you see that you get the rook kicked out and then they do not have any tactical possibility to blockade, you understand that b3 is a blockade risk-free situation, whereas a3, clearly they have this idea now to come to, what if like even, okay, this doesn't work. Yeah, so it all comes down to tactics, Hammer, because here after bishop d3, we have to take with a bishop, and now directly knight comes, and then even if the bishop tries, oh my god. Yeah, so this, it turns out it's actually everything. It's this, but it's also this, right?
Yeah.
So
this is why we wanted this bishop on f2, because it was number one to point towards this guy, but also to protect our king.
Yeah, and also it would be like a prophylactical thinking, right? Like kind of an instinct. Man, well, you see these mistakes, so to be, these inaccuracies, for me, it's all strategy, Hammer. It's all strategy. Like, why natural point for you is to put the bishop back here? Just because you recognize patterns, it is like 1 second decision. This is why, once again, I highlight the importance of mastering chess strategy and not just takes, and I got all the pieces. But yeah,
a lot of calculation at the upper levels is knowing what to look for. I suppose you're right about that.
You use the strategy to understand what direction you're thinking of.
Yeah.
And after bishop a6, rook c1, this is what we have right now. Lysandra is thinking. So yeah, either way, once again, black here long term is doomed. They gotta do something fast, and they gotta like kind of use the dynamics, which is like a fast approach, to create weaknesses and blockade one of like these two passed pawns. All right. In the meantime, how is the other sibling doing? Oh, nothing changed.
Well, the thing is, Andrea went knight to a6 to try and go knight to b4. Her opponent went with the bishop to prevent the knight from getting to b4. And then Andrea changed her mind, which is not a great sign, going back and forth with the same piece.
Mm.
The good news is that her opponent also decided to move the same piece yet again. So Andrea gets a new opportunity now, and maybe she's going to go pawn to a5 and then move her knight to the b4 square.
Mm-hmm.
That seems reasonable.
Okay. Well, a5 does weaken the b5, but white for now cannot get a hold of it, although it might be a question of time.
Yeah, no, it's not an optimal move, but the thing is that black's knights are really hurting for squares. So a5 enabling the knight to go to the b4 square might be worthwhile.
Just to get it straight, once again. So Andrea, oh my god, I thought I was hallucinating. So knight a, oh god, okay. So knight f6, knight d7, knight c5. She took. Instead, she took. Knight a6. We're keeping a track, right, chat? Knight a6. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, this didn't happen. Was bishop to d2. Knight c5, 5. Oh my god. Knight a6, 6. She did play it back, right, chat? No, she didn't. What's the live board? Oh, she hasn't yet played a5. Oh.
No, that was my suggestion.
But she already played knight a6, knight c5 back.
Yeah.
Six, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that right, chat? My math is not my strongest, but 7
5.
times.
5.
Oh, only 5. Only 5. Okay. Something is wrong about it.
What do you mean?
How often do you move the same knight 5 times to get to the same square?
Quite often.
Okay.
Did we not literally have moving this knight 5 times in the game that Andrea won in like round 1?
Yeah, did we approve that?
We were a bit skeptical, as I recall,
Okay,
but she won the game.
true. Yeah. The knight is staying slim by jumping around. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's the best way
That's
of
very
putting it.
funny.
Yeah. I mean, there is some connection to the fact that Andrea did ask the question, how does the knight move? And then sacrifice that knight against Alexandra. Maybe?
Does she not like the knights? Is that what you're saying?
I think that, yeah, she might have a connection to the knights, like special connection. Yeah. Just arrived. Any chairs stolen yet? Well, the cameras did switch off and we were expecting some pieces to be turned around, but it didn't happen yet. Appreciate the question though. Queen
Queen
A5?
A5 has been played.
Interesting. Well, you see, Hammer, at least she's being solid now. She knows that pawns don't go back and it's not the time for crap, because when the knight wants to go to b5, she always has the option to go a6, whereas had she played a5 instead, then a6 would no longer be possible. So maybe, Andrea's prophylactical thinking instincts kicking in.
Yeah, and Andrea actually has a big threat in this position, I think.
Does she?
Yeah. After queen to a5, the fact that the queen now is pointing down towards the white rook, if white does a nothing move, like king to h2, then Andrea can go pawn to b5. And the
Ooh.
idea would be that the pawn continues forward to the b4 square, thereby making sure that the white pawn can never position itself to attack the black knight.
Right. And remember, chat, at the end of the day, b5 and d5 are the main plans in any Sicilian. I will continue highlighting this over and over again, because how do you find a move b5? Not because you see that there is a pin and the pawn cannot take because the queen takes rook, but it is because this is how you want to play. And you need to use pawns to grab space, because frankly, right now, white has an advantage because of this super strong center, right? The d5, and like we don't have any pawn in the center, like white is in our territory, so we gotta advance pawn somewhere, and it should be b5.
Computer was not a big fan of that though, which I just don't understand why. I feel like we need to get some influence in white's half of the board, but
Influence.
yeah, I guess something like pawn to c3 here, threatening the fork, and then when we go b4, they can go c4. And like, even though we're happy to get this pawn to the b4 square, white is also happy that they got the pawns protecting each other up the board.
Yeah, because unfortunately, this guy on d5, it's just like the golden mile for white, right? So it takes all the board and it's kind of squeezes, like it's really annoying. It's like that thing in your body that you want to get rid of.
Yeah, but the problem is anytime we get rid of it, right now that pawn is also the only thing preventing the white queen and the white bishop from being even better.
This is a bad example, but some people, when they get shot, doctors tell them, we don't want to remove the
Bullet.
the bullets, because like it's like right now it doesn't, like it's not gray, but it stops like the bleeding or something. It doesn't like, but if we remove it, then everything's gonna be disconnected and open,
Yeah.
too much blood, and there's gonna be a lot of blood here with this bishop. So it's kind of that bullet that
That is not following you, but I actually that one I kind of got, Dina. I saw your mind at work there. Pawn to c3 has been played. Now he's threatening the fork.
yeah.
So, Dina, if I tell you the best move here is queen to d8, what do you say?
Andrea, I mean, Andrea's gonna be not happy with this, but I think she will have to find it even if she never retreats because she doesn't have any choice.
Yeah. It's not a great look when you make this move and then you decide, damn it, I have to go back. And then you make this move and you next decide, man, I'm going to have to go back again. Because it turns out my queen is getting under attack. Yeah, it's not good. Andrea is kind of being bullied here by the white pawns.
And that's another way of using the word bullet. Good. Okay. How? Okay. Interesting.
Can you take charge a little bit, Dina? I need to go.
Of course. Don't forget to grab something for me, though. Don't think only about yourself. Take something for me, just maybe a snack or two.
I'll eat a snack in your honor, Dina.
That works. At least something. Okay. Everybody, welcome to the show. Now that we are alone, I think it's time for me to remind you that this tournament is sponsored by Coinbase. Coinbase is your best way to stock and trade crypto, and we have $20,000 in cryptocurrency in giveaway for this entire tournament. Every day we are ruffling with at the very least $1,000. You do want to participate in the giveaway. Use the command raffle, fill in the Google Doc, and use the email address that you have for your already existing or just created account in the giveaway. And I see you chat. You are saying Alexandra it has just played B3. If that's true, that's amazing. But do not forget that if one of the sisters wins, we are gonna have $2,500 for giveaway for different winners. And once you participated, you're basically secured. Once you filled in the doc, you're securing your spot for the entire tournament, which is amazing. And now we're gonna see that. We're gonna get back to the camera, to the board. Has B3 happened on the game? Yes, she did it. Yes, look at her. Oh my God, I'm so proud, so impressed. I cannot wait for Hammer to be back and tell him how wrong he was, because Alexandra proves over and over again that she's in an amazing form, in an amazing shape in this tournament. Finds first short castle and now B3. Best moves. She doesn't let her opponent blockade. She learned her lesson from yesterday. It is important how you move your pawns, and Alexandra finds the right move. D3 is such a good move because now basically black doesn't have any way to blockade. And computer suggests this bishop takes D3, which is like, what? Oh, the Botez gambit. Ooh, the Botez gambit. Ooh. Okay, we're not gonna fall for that. This ain't circus, which is gonna take back. But frankly, I think he's just gonna move the rook. Maybe rook to a5. Oh. Now, Alexandra can continue claiming who is the champion here and moving pieces up. And after bishop d3, you have bishop takes, and then if queen takes. Okay, this is not gonna happen. She's not gonna give away this pawn. Another option here would be just to double the rooks on the open file. I love this. I think at some point, black will have to bring the bishop kind of here. And then we go this. And then she tries to blockade, but this is fine. I mean, I love it. I love it. A white's position is super solid. D4 is another important bullet. I agree with that. You're right. You're absolutely right. D4 is another bullet. This is that thing that stays in your body and you're fine with it because you don't want, believe me, you don't want to remove it because then the bleeding would start. Super strong move here would be regardless bishop e7, even if it doesn't attack the rook, because we kind of remember what did I tell you? What did I tell you, chat? Do we want to trade or do we not want to trade? Yes, we do. More trades, more air for white. And the beautiful part about it is that Alexandra doesn't have now to keep her rooks passive. She can just double them and put them on the open file. And chat, believe me, I cannot wait to change my Twitter profile. Because if that's all what takes, Alexandra, to get 9 out of 9, be my effing guest. Okay? Whatever it takes. Okay. This is beautiful. I love this. How's Andrea doing? Oh god, Andrea's opponent played... Oh god. Andrea's opponent played c3. You know what that means? We're gonna have the number 6. Number 6 on the line is the knight. Okay, knight or bishop? What? Knight or queen? What are we moving? Mr. Hama, I got news for you.
E3,
good and bad.
let's go.
That was a good one. The bad one is that
Oh.
Andrea's opponent played the c3.
C3?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Good news in Alexandra's game, bad news in Andrea's game.
Oh no, C3 was played, Dina.
Yeah.
That's why I put it on the board. It was already
Oh.
played when I went on my break.
Oh, my bad, my bad. Then only good news, see? Life is beautiful.
Only good news. Only good news. Let's go.
Yes.
But I did forget my teacup, so I need another break.
Sure. Every time you go away, Alexandra has great moves happening on the board. Andrea played something. Oh, she played queen back to c7. See, that's good. I love that. No, that's actually great. It is annoying that he continues to push the pawns, and man, we gotta keep up. We gotta keep up with this.
No, but this is a good development for Alexandra, right?
Of course.
And her opponent made the trade, the bishop for the knight.
Yay! I love that because he felt, oh, this is interesting. He's provoking. I was explaining to chat that you cannot take this rook because then we're gonna have a BotezLive gambit. Have you heard of this one?
No. How does it differ from the normal Botez gambit?
Well, it's a plural. Botez, it's one Botez. BotezLive is 2 Botez. But it's plural in terms of like, never mind. It's me inventing the language. Bishop d3 here. Alexandra has to keep the cold blood that she has kept the entire tournament and say, listen, man, who do you think I am? You think I'm gonna fall for that? I'm the Botez sister. I'm taking with the bishop. And you figure out what you do with your rook.
So the only real benefit of making the trade, like Black did, is that now he has access to the c5 square with his knight.
But, as we discussed, thanks to this beautifully played b3, knight from c5 doesn't really have squares to go. I mean, I'm not gonna put it now, but because b3 is... and f3 are controlling the most important squares. So is that... Yeah.
So he went rook a7, Dina. And I do think there's a very important but to what you're saying. Because if now Alexandra goes king to h1, The knight comes to c5, and you said there's nowhere to go, but there's actually quite an important square the knight can go to. The knight can play knight takes b3, attacking the queen, the rook, and the other rook at the same time, and the knight cannot be captured because of these two black rooks pointing down on white's solo rook. So I do think there's a very important moment, again, in Alexandra's game, where she needs to realize that this pawn, it's better to protect it not from behind, but from the side. And if she now finds rook to c2, with the idea of doubling her rooks down the c-file, I feel like there's potential here for her to potentially win this game.
And now the other rook. Yeah, I was also praising that because for the first time in a history, we would see finally some respect to the rooks from Alexandra Botez, putting them where they belong, meaning open files and not in front of the pawns. That's why, Hammer, that's why I was so happy and proud from the initial rook f to c1, because for me that was a big indicator of a personal growth.
Ooh, but Tina, the computer doesn't like this idea.
Yeah, computer, because I'll explain you why. Because after bishop f8, computer says that knight c5 is sort of an outpost, and with one knight, we kind of blocked both rooks. But at the same time, it's not like black has a clear plan how to improve. It almost like we're reaching that situation where like black did the best, and now like it's time for white to figure it out.
I disagree with that, Dina, because after bishop to f8, black has a very clear threat of taking the bishop, which then will lure the queen away from the protection of the a2 pawn. And by taking the bishop, following up with rook takes a2, black would win a very important pawn. And it's not so easy for me to avoid this. I would like to move my bishop away, but anytime I move the bishop away, black can go pawn to d3, opening up the pressure down towards the white king. And I'm really missing my bishop. I would have loved for my bishop to be standing on the f2 square, protecting my king. But because my bishop is not in a defensive positioning, that means the bishop has to stay here, which means there's actually no way for white to avoid. Oh, I'm so sorry. There's no way for white to avoid losing the pawn here, because we cannot move the bishop, and if we cannot move the bishop will be captured on the next one.
You are very welcome, and I actually agree with that. I was wrong. So let me try to find something better here. Knight c5 is a threat indeed. But you know, interestingly enough, when you were pointing on king h1, knight c5, and then do something, I don't know what you did, king g1, the knight b3 was a fake threat because we would have this beautiful queen to b2, pinning the knights and forcing the real BotezLive gambit after queen b6 and knight d3. But okay, that's actually impossible to spot. So here, the question in front of Alexandra is like, what's the opponent threat? And she did play rook c2. I can see she did play rook c2, and the guy is thinking about knight. I mean, the black is thinking. So knight c5 on the board will happen or not. Then, in case it will, white needs to do something. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, she's losing a pawn now.
You think
It
so?
felt like she had everything under control, but now she's losing a pawn. But it's because of this brilliant bishop to f8 move. Because if the knight just captures immediately, then we can go rook check. Put the pressure in towards the opponent's king. Yeah, they can still block, but now after queen takes d3, black doesn't really have time to start capturing pawns, because then we're gonna increase the pressure in towards the black bishop and the black king.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So it
How
kind
did you
of
find that?
relies on this bishop to f8 move, which is it is protecting the knight, but it's actually a preventive move to prevent the white rook from getting in with a check on the king.
Okay, then the question is, do you want to do this? Because then I pin, and then you take mine, I take yours. And
A4
then-
is a ridiculous move, Dina.
Well, listen, man, it might force the draw.
Yeah, but it's like there's 0% chance Alexandra finds that.
True. Wow.
I mean, it is improbable because contrary to you, Dina, I know the difference between impossible and improbable.
Oh man, look at this. Can you find the move here? Not looking at the engine, winning move here. Oh my god, you spoiled it.
What do you mean I found it?
Okay.
When you ask me for a winning move, I'm gonna find it.
That's a beautiful one. We are sacrificing the rook. Oh god. Okay, we left it a little bit too far. A little bit too far. And okay, for now we're safe because black hasn't yet even played knight c5. And once they play knight c5, we're gonna have to figure it out. But let's just enjoy the moment.
There is a chance he goes knight e5 instead.
Yeah, let's just enjoy
But
this
I'm not
moment for
sure
now.
that changes anything.
Maybe there's a chance he goes bishop f8 first, trying to kind of think that, okay, maybe I can get a bishop to a3.
Dina, how about knight e5, rook doubling, and then h6?
Ooh.
So he's trying to create space for his king, and you cannot capture. Oh, you can capture. Damn it.
Give me your grandmaster title, please. I think. Okay, no.
Okay, yeah, no, okay. So that was an interesting idea, but it
No,
didn't
actually,
really work.
yeah, it just. I mean, it's tough. I don't say it's easy. Yeah, it's a good idea.
Well, what here if takes?
You know, sorry,
Wait,
Hammer.
what?
You know that it's the first line.
Dina.
Yeah.
What if
H-
h6 takes? I take this bishop first,
Correct.
and then I'm
That's the right
threatening your
way.
rook.
Yeah, that's the right way.
And then takes, I take. You go here, but then I give check. And then I go f6, opening up the rook along the 7th.
Man, that's why he's so strong. He just found all the best moves, all by himself. Yeah, correct.
So this is a good idea.
Yeah, you just need. Actually h6 is a main line.
Oh
You
no,
just
but
need-
you go check and then you take because now you're threatening checkmate.
And king
So
c7.
yeah,
and
but then you have time to take the knight.
And this is equal.
Yeah, this is equal. Yeah, it's still a very, very complicated position and lots of
Super.
options for both players. I am a little bit concerned about Alexandra's time. If you go back to the current position, Dina, what move are we on?
22.
So Alexandra has 36 minutes remaining. That's a bit low compared to the pace she's usually had the last couple of weeks. But other than that, I think I'm fine with what's going on. And then in Andrea's game, she's getting squeezed bad. So
Yeah, let's take a look at Andrea's position. She did play queen to c8. C7, sorry, which is good because the knight is still strong. But yeah, I mean, unfortunately, chat, there isn't much we can blame Andrea for because this is one of those cases.
We can blame Benzea, maybe.
Exactly. This is where I was going. This is one of those cases that it's not Andrea's fault. It's just the opening. Like, Andrea did everything logical. But this is one of those openings where not only you need to know first 10 moves by heart, but you also need to understand what are you gonna play, what are the main plans. And oftentimes, like all these computer nerds nowadays, younger generations, they're super good at opening because they learn by heart 10, 15 moves, but then they don't know typical plans. They don't know what to do. And once they're out of the book, they start playing complete nonsense. Not trying to downgrade Andrea here, but pointing out that sometimes it's hugely important not just to know the first 10 moves, but also what are the plans. If you end up in the position that you have no feeling of and the opponent has an easy play, you're just gonna get that exact thing that Andrea has got herself into. And once again, it's not her fault in a sense that chess sometimes is complicated and you need to do a harder work and a deeper investigation. And also you can see, last thing I'm gonna say here, you can see the importance of a practical way when you get a position. For white, clearly the plan is so much easier than for black.
I don't think that's entirely clear, though, Dina. One thing I do want to add to this is that Andrea's opponent has played a ridiculously good game.
Oh, yeah, true. Well, but that was my point in terms of a style. Like, maybe it's just his style, you know? It's like I also love these positions for white, for instance, when you can build up and I kind of know what to do. And if black doesn't come up with some concrete idea fast in the opening, they're just gonna get squeezed. So, and like, again, I'm just making an assumption that the guy from the, Eastern European chess school kind of has the better understanding and an easy play here.
I do think it's very difficult managing to get your opponent into something that fits your style so well as what Andrea's opponent has managed here. That in itself is a skill, and it's not usually a skill 1900 players have.
Mm-hmm. But what if he's some kind of a rusted national master?
Yeah, maybe. But then why is he on 3.5 points?
Well, because he must have lost to his sister and then had a winning rook endgame and just slipped half a point by blundering the perpetual.
That sounds like a different player in this tournament.
Well, all I'm saying is that sometimes you can be stronger than your points. Just in circumstances happen. So
yeah. So to get back into the current position here, Andrea's opponent has played knight to b5 now. And Andrea might actually just lose her pawn on the edge of the board. The knight is attacking both the queen and the pawn, and if the queen retreats to protect the pawn, which Andrea now did, then pawn to b4 attacks the knight has to move somewhere, and then you just lose your pawn on the edge of the board.
yeah. Man. Andrea needs some serious luck and slippery and stamina to hold this game. But we have seen her holding already before. Remember, even in Reykjavik, she literally saved the last round, completely lost, has been suffering all game. So what is important right now for Andrea, even though her position is bad, is to keep herself strong and composed and fight and hold on and hope for the best. And the best can easily happen. Thoughts?
Well, yeah, no, it's easier to fight back when you're not super low on time. So I also hope that her opponent spends quite a bit of time in this next phase. Also, I did get a comment from chat. What about pawn to a6? And this is a really good comment. Because actually here, the pawn attacks the knight. And if we go for the trade situation, then suddenly Andrea might be even better. Like there are positions such as this one where Andrea, even though she's down a pawn, she can get this amazing square for her knight on the c4 square. The white bishop is being blocked by its own pawn, and the black rooks are perfectly placed to put pressure down the diagonals. So something like this would be completely fine for Andrea. And so I guess this is the kind of thing we're hoping for. We're hoping her opponent spends quite a lot of time calculating, tries to win the pawn, but then Andrea fights back well.
Yeah, that would be a dream come true, because here would be huge turn out of the ways. You see this beautiful knight taking, like, in the opponent's territory, would be giving us more space. The pawn structure would be more rough, opening the e-file, also another fresh air. It's basically like a Hammer taking a walk by opening his balcony door and getting some fresh air in between the rounds. Right, Hammer?
Yeah, I got a question from Mogul that in this variation, can you not capture on c3? To be fair, I didn't entirely see that initially, but I also want to make the argument that if we take the pawn on c3, it becomes easier for white to control the c4 square. So sometimes you can make the argument that I don't want to take this pawn, because without this pawn, white can control the c4 square. Whereas now, getting that knight to the square means that maybe I can have a good, well-placed piece, and maybe that's better than having the same amount of pawns.
Yeah. Good one. Good one. Okay, how high is the chance that we would get into this line?
I think it's reasonable. No, he already went knight to b5, queen back, and he's clearly seeing this pressure with the knight and the bishop pointing towards a7.
Yeah, and the bright side about it is, like, after b4, Andrea has to play a6. She doesn't have any choice, right? We talked about this many times. One of those situations, there by force, you're gonna find the best move. Yeah, I would love to see that. This would be one of those moments where Andrea is under pressure, but she keeps... Oh, she did it! She played it! Queen to b8 on the board. Good. So she sees it. She's not worried. She sees it. And, you know, Andrea is only 10 minutes behind her opponent. This is nothing. Honestly, this is nothing. Yeah, I'm happy here. I am actually very happy here. So now white has to abandon their idea of pushing b4 and understand that it's time to play on the other side on the board. The downside is that this version is actually 10 times better, which is quite unfortunate. And after takes.
Ooh, maybe there's pawn to c6. Yeah, because this bishop is actually protecting. But then this shouldn't be the end of the world. Just move the knight up, right?
Yeah.
We have pressure here. We have pressure here. This guy is a bit lonely.
Please. Wait, where did my advantage go away? Oh. Oh, the right thing is to go away. Hammer, here we lose a piece. That's the point.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. I didn't even think about that. The knight just moves back, and because Andrea played the move a6, the knight can no longer go to the a6 square.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so this game is just over if he plays b4 followed by the knight retreat.
I wouldn't go that far, because Andrea loves sacrificing, and it is for 2 pawns, but yeah. There is compensation, but the problem is Andrea will not know that. She will think in her mind that the game is over and only help throwing. That's the problem, the danger. Because the evil bar, honestly, Hammer didn't change that much from kind of like, okay, it's +1 and something, right?
Yeah.
It's still like not a big deal, but objectively, because we count and we see that we are less, it would be important for Andrea to like to continue be positive and keep believing. She still got the file. For instance, here knight on a3 is still bad on the edge, but yes. Long story short, this is a critical moment for white.
And he doesn't go b4, he goes c4, Dina.
Okay. C4.
Now
This is
maybe we can
great.
jump in here. Maybe we can try and
Yes.
go towards the b4 square.
Yes. Oh, and even a6 kicking out this guy. And oh my god, we have plenty of options. We have a5. We even have f5 and e6 and knight d3. Basically, many moves here now for Andrea are so much better. And he played it quite fast. Okay, this is a really good stuff for us. This is a positive outcome for sure.
In the meantime, Alexandra has played king to h1. And I'm very curious how she's gonna deal with knight to c5 now. Knight to c5 puts pressure on the bishop, puts pressure on the pawn, and there's already the pressure from the rooks on the a file. So I don't know how Alexandra is intending to deal with all of this. It looks very uncomfortable, if you ask me.
So he started with bishop f8. He hasn't yet played knight c5. Do we have like a slight chance of making it right? Sorry. Rook to a7. Oh, you have it here. Bishop. I'm just looking at the camera, man. Bishop.
Yeah.
What about a4? We analyzed that. You weren't a fan. Because that
What do you
would,
mean?
yeah. No, she would never play a4.
When?
Like now. I know it sounds crazy.
But you don't have the right position, Dina. So she played rook to c2, and then after bishop f8, she's played king to h1.
Oh, my bad. Okay, so now he's thinking about knight c5 and he's gonna play knight c5. Yeah.
I would be surprised if he did anything else.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. I got confused for a second. Queen to d1, rook b2, rook b1. What about this? Ugly as hell. But
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Suddenly I'm scared about the knight just dropping back, attacking the bishop, and then this kind of thing looks nasty, no? Oh, actually, no, this is just winning. I'm getting your rooks, Dina.
wait, rushed. Knight to e6. Okay, so I cannot move this guy.
But if you don't move that guy, isn't that a bit of a disaster?
Yeah, the only
Well,
move
maybe
here
you can go b4.
Yeah, that's the only move I was gonna suggest.
Because then you actually do have some dark square control.
And
And you're both preventing the bishop and you're preventing the knight.
because of this. Yeah, b4 would be the key. Okay, the problem is
I
she
kind
would
of
have to
like
find
rook
it
b2.
here.
Yeah.
She might play rook b2 because it's the only move, right? And then when she's getting challenged by knight
Is it the
a6,
only move? I feel like there's so many options.
let's say if you want to keep hold to these pawns, right?
Yeah.
Like we discussed, the idea is for black to get back the piece.
Well, right now the idea is knight takes
Pawn.
b3, but the idea kind of changes based on what white does.
Yeah. Okay. There is also rook to b1, and but then 93 you got to this one. No, this we don't want.
Maybe this. No, but Dina, let's look at this for a little bit, because frankly, if rook to b1, if the trade happens and then rook takes a2, and this sort of thing, how bad is this really for Alexandra? Like, she's got her queen standing in the path of the pawns. The pawns can't really do anything. If we could move pawns backwards, then this would be perfectly fine for Alexandra, I think. If we could have the pawn on f2 and then the pawn on g3 and the king up here, but like imagine a pawn on f2 just blocking this rook along the second rank, then we would be completely fine. I think the main problem here is the positioning of the white king, not the fact that we're down a pawn.
Yeah, plus our pawn for now can move. And after b4, if bishop takes b4, then we can just pin. And this should be fine. They would have to go rook a4, but this is nasty. They cannot really unpin. This is an x-ray that we learned today. But all this is kind of high-level stuff. And practically, I don't think Alexandra would ever find this sequence, not in this particular position, but understand that this is holdable. So I would more likely see her play something like rook b2 here.
I like the fact that it's her opponent's turn, because given the variations we're analyzing, I feel like white is under quite a bit of pressure here. And when you're under pressure, you tend to spend a lot of time. So for Alexandra, it's very valuable that she manages to keep her time close to her opponents, that she doesn't end up being way, way behind and making mistakes potentially in a time scramble.
Yeah, and the best part of it, Hammer, is that we know that Alexandra uses the time very wisely, but when her opponents think, she also thinks. So she's right now just as us calculating, trying to figure out what she's gonna do after knight to c5.
And he just did it.
Okay. Well, now the question is, will Alexandra play something like logical, human kind of like rook to b2? Or will she already understand the danger and be looking for ways to sort of give away the pawn? And you know, guys, whenever you're under pressure, sometimes it's important that you understand early enough that just giving away one pawn but having more air can be really, really beneficial for you.
So what are you saying, Dina? Are is it more air? Are you saying h4 here?
No, I was saying more air in regards of like giving away the a2, the line that we went to, more air, like less passive. That's what I meant. Like we give away the pawn, but we oh sorry. I what was it? Was knight, where were we? Knight b3, remind me. Was getting
Well, a queen d1 seems to kind of stop the immediate captures.
Oh, then queen d1, yes. Knight b3. No, knight b3 wasn't big. Oh yeah. Well, then she might play also queen d1.
Because now if knight takes, if queen d1, then if knight takes b3, the problem is rook to b1 puts pressure on the queen.
Exactly.
And also the white queen is contributing to that pressure, so that if black takes out the white pawn that was going to take the black knight, then it doesn't really matter because after the trade, the queen is still pointing in towards the black knight together with a rook.
Yeah. Agreed. I think it was rook b1. That's the line that we went to, and then that was the thing that I was referring to. So, but here, like the heir thing would be with b4, which is a second pawn sacrifice. Man, no, this isn't. This is not. Yeah, this is never happening.
Yeah, it seems unlikely that she'll give up one of these pawns if she still has the choice to avoid it. I really like this rook b2 move, Dina.
And queen d1 is also good, right? I kind of prefer queen d1 because I don't want to put my rook in front of my pawn.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because the rook is already on the open file.
Okay, so let's do queen d1.
Yeah, and we worked so hard to put it there.
But if queen d1, I'm a bit nervous about having this queen move away from the protection of the a2 pawn.
Yeah.
And now
Yeah,
if I just go like queen to d6, am I not threatening this anyway? I guess here I can go b4. Oh no, because then I lose the pawn.
No, actually you are. But now maybe
rook e2.
I would suggest now you're rook b2, but it's tough.
And I don't need to put my rook behind my own pawn, Dina. I can go rook to e2 also.
You want to put it on the open file?
Well, I've been inspired by your desire to hammer in the basics.
Ooh.
And
well, listen, I feel flattered and I agree with you. Let's do this. This is so much better. Yeah. Well,
but someone in chat was mentioning rook a3, which is a good point.
Yeah.
Because with rook a3, the rook is taking control here, which means now they're threatening knight takes b3 again, with the queen no longer able to make the recapture, and the pawn cannot make the recapture because of the pin towards the corner.
Must have been the chatter and the username Stockfish because it's the first line of the Stockfish.
But maybe we can go. Maybe we can kick the rook out.
Seems like Hammer. It's only a matter of time. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
I got you. I'm here with you. Me and chat will never.
Yeah, no. Alexandra's position is super uncomfortable. There's so many threats she has to deal with. Somehow I kind of feel like it would be okay if she just lost her pawn, but then at least got a more obvious situation where she more easily understands her plan of action.
Yeah, it is definitely the right way. The main question is for her to find the best moment. And I can tell you that here, this is actually one of those moments. Like, for example, do what we wanted to do, move the bishop away. And after knight b3, just say, okay, and what's next? And they move back. But hey, oh God, if all that just to put it back here, I don't know. Yeah, it's like the more we move, the worse it becomes. So, I mean, black just does their... Okay. Where? E2?
Same kind of principle as queen d1.
Right. Okay, fine, we're holding. Let's just take this position move by move.
Yeah.
And
what about queen e6?
Appreciate the fact that we're still in the game.
But I didn't think it was this bad. I didn't think we had to appreciate still being in the game. I thought we were okay.
Sorry, this was Freud because I wanted to say appreciate that we still have 2 pawns on the board. Oh God, Freud is so right.
Queen e6. He's threatening to trade the queens, and after the queen trade, there will be a fork on our rook and on our bishop. This is a complete disaster, Dina.
Yeah. So we cannot take, because then the weakest part of black's position, sorry, that was doubled pawns would become not so doubled. I mean doubled, but strong doubled. So we don't want to have this pawn supporting the center. So we kind of have to do something like rook d1, which is extremely hard to spot because right away, and we take with the rook.
No,
and then
Dina.
the take- you like
Okay.
that?
Yeah, no, I'm always uncomfortable when we lose the pawn. Because I
don't
also
blame
think that
you.
there's problems with the king on the back rank. But I had an idea with queen f1.
Okay, let's try. And what about this now? You have
Then
rook
I'm
e1.
planning rook to e1.
Beautiful. And then we take the knight. Chat, you know that we cannot take the knight because of this thing happening here. Yeah. Okay. And after, yes, let's do that. Okay. I'm gonna stop here and pray for the best.
Yeah, because there's rook a3, isn't there?
Okay. You ready for beginner level tactics? 1, 2,
Oh, damn it.
3, 4.
That was a lot of
5.
moves, though, Dina. That was a lot of moves.
Overcharge.
That's definitely an intermediate tactic.
It's an overcharge. You have heard of overcharge, right?
Overcharge is not an English expression, Dina.
Overdose.
Overloaded.
Overloaded. I like how Hammer is teaching me English. Well, in all fairness, Hammer's English is one of the best among us Europeans. Overloaded. Overcooked. Oh man, she might blunder it. Okay, I should say that with a smile. It was that smile when everything is like kind of, when things go bad, you gotta learn how to live with that. Okay. Tough situation for Alex here. Overloading chess. What is this, Hammer?
I'm just linking to the chess.com chess phrase dictionary.
Overloading. Okay, can you also link for Hammer the X-ray? I mean, he learned it. I don't have to roast on it, but I have to fight back. Okay, Hammer. This is so bad that I feel like it's my time to leave you alone and let you figure it out.
Okay.
Great. Try to find something by the time I'm back. Because we don't want to stop the winning grind. I believe in you.
So the problem with this queen to e6 move is that it makes a lot of sense for black to move their queen. They cannot capture on b3 because of rook b1. And here the placement of the queen is the major concern. So that means black is already looking, okay, I got to move my queen. Where can my queen go? And then queen to e6 becomes quite an obvious idea because it's threatening to win a piece. If white does a nothing move, the queens will be traded. The bishop then loses its defender. So the bishop recaptures because the bishop needs to escape from the knight's influence. And then pawn to d3 is a fork on the rook and on the bishop. Bad news. Very bad news. So, I guess we're just hoping he doesn't go queen e6. And if he does something like queen d6 instead, then Alexandra can go rook to d1 and rook takes. And this would actually solve everything. Because here the queen and the rook are still protecting the a pawn. And the other rook got away from the precarious situation on this a1 square. Oh, so any other move than then queen to e6, we have this rook d1 idea. And the reason we don't have rook d1 in this circumstance is because then black can go for the trade, and after the trade, the queen no longer defends on the second rank. And he doesn't find queen e6. He doesn't find it. He plays f6 instead. And f6 is a super ugly move. F6 is super ugly because it opens up more pressure in towards the black king. But there's a reason he did this. So his idea is that after bishop to h4, trying to move the bishop around to, frankly, where that bishop should have been in the first place, now he's intending rook to e7. That's why he put the pawn on f6, so that the bishop no longer controls the e7 square. And then after queen to f1, he's going to go rook e3, attacking the bishop. And if the bishop moves, he can go d3, and then he's attacking both the bishop and the rook at the same time. And why is the computer not unhappy about an opposing rook making its way into the heart of our position? Computer says rook to d2. And the reason we have to go rook d2 is because if rook to d1, then takes, queen b5. There's a pressure from the on the rook, and if the rook moves, the queen is under attack. That's why we have to use our good rook to protect, because then after takes, no more queen putting this pressure, because that queen is already protected and we can just start capturing pawns. Okay, still very difficult defensive moves to find, but f6 I do think was a step in the wrong direction because it allows Alexandra to have some counterattacking ideas towards the black king in the long run. Did Andrea just give up? No, she's not giving up. And in fact, her position is better now than it has been for a while. She has a nicely placed knight on c5. It's impossible for white to kick the knight out because Andrea has secured her knight's positioning with this pawn on a5. Anytime white tries to go pawn b4, kick the knight, she will be able to just capture. So she has one very well-placed piece. And notice how this well-placed piece is pointing towards the b3 pawn, which is the white pawn that's the furthest back, which means this pawn is always going to need protection from one of white's pieces, which in turn means that Andrea's knight is making sure that white always have to have one defensive piece to protect the pawn on b3. So that's the good news. And then the bad news is that all her rooks and queens are terrible. She has no open files to put pressure with them. The only opening for the rook she has is the c file, but she can't really have any pressure there because her knight, the only well-placed piece, is standing in the path of the rook. So Andrea's mission moving forward is to try and open up more space for her rooks. Alexandra goes bishop f4, and this is fine. So I wanted bishop h4 because I wanted to put pressure on the d4 pawn, but the benefit of going bishop f4 instead is that now the bishop is still protecting the e3 square. So no more rook coming in to that square as easily as he did in the previous one. The rook comes in, threatens the queen, and now Alexandra will just move her queen back.
And then her opponent will double the rooks on this newly opened file. And if Alexandra at some point could find the time to give her king some space, that could be good. Okay, computer doesn't like that. What about bishop to b5? And we're actually, yes, bishop b5 is great because we're making sure that the two black rooks cannot work together on the open file. And because the bishop's protected, we're just kicking the rook away immediately. All of this is good. This is good. And Alexandra's playing quite quickly. She still has 20 minutes left, and she's gonna need that time for the time scramble. Alexandra has 14 more moves that she needs to execute before getting another 30 minutes, which means that including the 30 seconds extra she gets per move, she has exactly 2 minutes per move on average. What move is Andrea on? Do they get extra time soon? No. So Andrea is doing Andrea things, which also includes getting into horrendous time pressure. She's on move 23, meaning that she has to make an additional 18 moves. Ooh, knight a6. I kind of like this. So she's putting one knight on b4, and then she's maneuvering the other knight to c5. But it also means that her knights are far away from her king, so maybe her opponent can start an attack against the white king. Knight moved for the 6th time. I'm glad you're keeping track, Sinstar. Is Andrea's time management you're doing, Coach Hammer? No, I am not responsible for that. But sometimes your opponent gets really stressed out when you're in time pressure. So it can be, if you have a super bad position anyway, like Andrea does here, there's actually a strategy some people will use that if they hate their position, they will get themselves into time trouble because that often affects the opponent's actions. And because you're in time trouble, often your opponent plays quicker because they think, oh, I'm going to beat them on time. So if you're doing poorly on the board anyway, voluntarily, purposefully giving yourself time trouble is a strategy to try and make the opponent lose their focus and start thinking that, oh, I'm not going to go try and find the best moves. I'm just going to play something quick to try and win on time. Agnes, with the rate of 75, how's everyone doing? We're here from the Sardinia Chess Festival in Italy. We have Alexandra Botez leading the B group, the group for players rated below 2,000. Alexandra has 5 points out of 5. And there's 2 players chasing her with 4.5 points. One of them is her opponent in this round, Joe Paul Ganta. Andrea has only lost 1 game, and that was against Alexandra in the sister matchup. She's on 3.5 points out of 5, and Andrea is actually playing the highest rated player in this entire tournament. Andrea is under quite a bit of pressure, but she's not down any material so far, and we'll see if her opponent can keep his head cool in this time scramble.
Highest rated in Group B. Wow. Look at this admission. He goes back with the rook to the A file to put pressure down here again. Wow. Ganta regrets his decision to go with the rooks on the E file, moving his rook back. Now Alexandra can go queen to E2, implicitly offering a draw. But frankly, there's no need for her to do that. There is no big threat on the white position just now, or maybe knight takes is a threat. I would like to see Alexandra play h4 here. I want to see her try to exploit the problem of this h6 move, f6. Sorry. Now that f6 has been played, black has less control over the light squares, and we conveniently have a bishop pointing in this direction. So with this h4 move, I want to go h5 next and try and open up for this bishop to attack towards the black king. Also, there are very many variations where I'm scared that my king is going to be back rank checkmated. So this h4 move has the additional benefit of creating an escape square for the king. And if knight takes b3, we go rook b1, pressure on the knight, pressure on the queen. Black can capture another pawn, but then after takes, we can go queen to d1. And this knight is not getting away. The knight cannot move without the queen being lost behind. So that means in the current situation, black doesn't actually have a single threat, which gives us time to do whatever we want. And in this case, what I want to do is try and remind the black king that it could get into trouble as well. And Dina, what do you think? This well, first of all, let me update you on what happened. Ganta played rook e7 and then changed his mind and went back to a7.
I feel like whenever you or me take a break, it has a positive outcome. On Alexandra. I have been keeping an eye on you guys and I saw everything what happened. And frankly speaking, I am relieved.
Do you think she's going to go queen e2 now? And go for the back and forth draw?
That's a very good question. And frankly, I have no clue. I would be kind of happy with both because for the first time ever we saw clear mistakes from Alex's opponent, which is indicator that he's uncomfortable and he's like kind of like stopped playing like a machine. So it's a positive direction, right? So I think Alexandra should decide depending on how she feels, how confident she is with the position and time and her general energy right now.
Well, the thing about queen to e2 is kind of a useless move, right? Because right now we kind of decided black doesn't have a single threat. So queen to e2 would basically only be to tell her opponent, I would very much like a draw. And not actually do anything constructive for Alexandra's position. That's why I suggested the move h4, Dina. Because I saw this weakening of the g6 square now that the black pawn is no longer protecting there. And I want to push my pawn up and try and attack. Oh, Alexandra has played h4. Oh my God, that's a grandmaster move. I swear to God, that is high level stuff. That is, wow. I mean, I was proud of suggesting that move myself. Like, I was legitimately happy with myself that I had found such an interesting idea. And then Alexandra goes ahead and plays it herself. And her opponent goes knight e6 immediately, and that cannot be a good move. Because now there's no more pressure in towards the white bishop.
Who is this woman? Do we see a complete transformation from Alexandra to Grander Sandra? That was too bad. And Mama Boat is in the chat. That's the perfect moment for Mama to be happy for her daughter. Who is this woman? We are seeing right now Granda Sandra, officially promoted to Granda Sandra Botez.
And Dina, now if bishop to d2, so his intention is to try and lure his bishop in towards the white rook, but we can just trade off. We just trade off the bishop, and then we can go pawn to f4. And then we're getting queen to f3. We're attacking here. We're threatening pawn to f5. Why did the computer dislike this? This is great.
Yeah.
How is this not great?
She did something with her bishop as of right now.
Okay. She moved the bishop.
On h2, which is very solid, right?
No, but now she's allowing this bishop to come in against the rook.
Oh, crap. Well, apparently, it's time to have some fun, Mr. Hammer. Are you ready for
Ooh.
another Botez gambit?
That's a nice trick.
Yeah, well, imagine you get away. I mean, honestly, Alexandra's getting more and more into harmony, which is cannot but amaze.
There's no more pressure from the knight on the bishop. And this having h4 is such a good move, because even when you get into trouble on the opposite flank, if you get the opportunity to play h5, suddenly the opponent's king is in trouble. h4, I'm so proud. I'm so proud. h4 is a great move.
I cannot believe. First short castle, then b3, then h4. Are we seeing the new era of Alexandra Botez?
He didn't even go for this bishop to the c3 square. He went bishop h6, which makes no sense. Now she can go f4, Dina.
Well, she will definitely go f4 because it's the most natural thing to do.
Yeah, her opponent is targeting this f4 square. Also, he's threatening to go bishop to e3, which may be uncomfortable. And if Alexandra goes f4, she's threatening f5 to try and open up for her bishop and open up for the queen. So after f4, black has to go f5. There's no choice. But then queen to f3 sees white coordinating their pieces very nicely.
I like that.
Maybe we can even go g4. Dina, g4.
Man, I've never seen Hammer so excite me before.
Ooh, but there is a problem here, Dina, though. Because now after we go f4, f5, black has a really nice placement for the knight on e4.
Right.
Maybe
And that would be the outpost.
g4 immediately. Really? Knight c5? You're not going to go rook f7?
Okay. For your personal satisfaction.
Look at this. Boom.
Oh. Where is your grandmaster title, by the
Damn
way?
it.
It's okay, don't worry.
She didn't go f4. I'm very surprised by that.
I love when Hammer blunders and I have Stockfish in front of my eyes and pretend that I'm Mr. Wonderful and know everything. But it's cool. It's really cool to call Hammer out on his blunders. And for the record, chat, it's not that I find them. I'm just looking at the lines.
h5 is very interesting, though. But now I'm kind of scared. If he goes bishop e3, now there are some variations where black just sacrifices this pawn because he's happy to get a situation where he can get both his rook pointing down towards the white king. Something like this would be very dangerous for Alexandra.
Oh, yeah.
Although maybe here she can go f4 and just try and get some space for her queen to do a counterattack on the opposing king. Because she does have this rook offering protection along the second rank. This position is getting super spicy. Both players are pretty low on time, but Alexandra is the lowest on time.
In the meantime, Hammer, I have a very sad news. Chad is calling us out on Andrea's board, and in fact, things have happened on Andrea's board, and she kind of little bit correct, if I can say so. Her position was complicated, tough actually. We don't blame her, but after a certain sequence of moves, bishop h3 here was a critical moment where Andrea threw the pawn to f5. And after f5,
There's going to be a sacrifice. But Andrea had a terrible position anyway. I feel like sometimes it can be good to provoke your opponent into sacrificing, because at least then they're risking something.
oh, interesting.
Maybe not here though. It would help if we had more defensive pieces.
Here, just for the record, the best solution would have been to give away the exchange, which is a very deep thing for this bishop, because the position is still actually a little bit blocked. And for now, rooks, like, white has an extra like exchange up, rook against knight, but the rooks don't have open files. So for now, black is doing okay. Plus this white square is slightly weakening. This would be the best situation, but it's tough. It's very tough. It's like you need to be Petrosian or Petrosian's granddaughter to understand that. And instead, Andrea played f5. And now, yes, Hammer is saying that there is this sack, but I don't think he will sack.
You don't think so?
No, I think
I think he's going to take with the bishop, not the knight, though.
There is a 4 and knight d7. Oh god, he's everything. No, I don't think he's gonna sacrifice. But we feel free to break down the sacrifice for us.
Break down? I mean, it's more like pieces towards the opponent's king. I don't want to take with the bishop, Dina.
Oh,
No,
sorry,
I don't want to take with the knight.
Want to take with a...
And then queen takes h5. I don't want to take on f5 either, Dina.
Oh god, sorry.
Queen takes h5 here. Because I want to prevent knight g4.
That's smart.
And then she can sack the rook back. Like, this is not too bad.
Yeah.
Okay, she can even try to hold on to her rook. Like,
well,
this doesn't seem disastrous compared to the other position she had, Dina. Like, her position was already terrible, and now it's just terrible, but with an extra knight, so that if she survives... Alexandra's opponent made a move that makes Alexandra's percentage go way up.
Ooh,
and after king to
g7,
Alexandra pretty much instantly played f4.
And that's the first line of the engine. We see the Grand Sandra Ostock Sandra Botez today on the board.
But now after f5, is she going g4, Dina?
Yes.
G4 takes f5, and now you have bishop to e5 check, so it's even better than it was earlier.
Oh my god.
And you have the rook that can work along the second rank. So if there's something like rook to f7, check, king moves back, take, we can move the rook over. Oh my gosh. You can move the rook over and you have this incredible attack with your two bishops pointing in towards the black king.
Man, this is so amaze me and so excite me that I'm out of words. Yeah. In the meantime, just a quick note for Andrea's game. To summarize what Hammer was saying, the fact that Andrea's evaluation bar went so high or down, depending how you look at it, is actually great for us because Andrea was already in a desperate situation, and actually there was no wall situation here. She didn't rush anything. Just after f5, now her opponent is in an interesting situation where he might throw and Andrea might swindle because, as Hammer said, she's provoking into sacrifice. But this sacrifice, you gotta understand what's going on here in order to make it right. So actually, guys, this is good news. This is in fact good news for Andrea because she's still in the game, and now it's a more risky kind of situation for White if they sacrifice. That's how I would summarize it, Hammer.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Although now that you say it, this knight takes, and then having the bishop pointing towards the black king looks actually kind of terrifying.
Yeah, that's kind of the first line. That's why I kept actually pulling this one in all this time. But
just the fact that he doesn't know, like Dejan doesn't know. Do I sack the knight? Do I sack the bishop? I don't know. Wow, her opponent didn't go. Alexandra's opponent didn't go f5, Dina. He's captured on h5, and that's another mistake because now he has no control of the light squares. Alexandra's bishop pointing in towards the black king is just a big problem for black in the long run. I guess he's going to have to prioritize going after Alexandra's bishop with his knight. So the obvious move here is queen to f3, going after the pawn on h5, going after the pawn on d5, but then knight to c5, tries to take out the bishop. The bishop is so valuable, we're going to want to keep that bishop on the board. Then black has the opportunity to capture the... No. Then black has the opportunity to push the pawn forward in the center. We're not going to get distracted by that. We're just going to move our rook away. And then they cannot capture the pawn on b3 because of okay, I don't know what's going on, Dino.
Yeah, no, you're right. Interesting thing. First of all, Alexandra did play queen f3, but actually, surprisingly, and her opponent did play knight c5, but surprisingly, queen f3 was not the best. She had even better options, but regardless, we need to point out the better option would, in fact, by the way, be to actually prevent knight c5.
Oh, that would have been so good. That would have been game over, Dina. Yeah. Oh no, rook c1 is actually not that difficult to find. Because it prevents black's main plan of trying to take out your bishop while at the same time making a threat of your rook going against the queen and the knight. That would have been a winning move.
Yeah, well, on the bright side, queen f3 is only like kind of throwing half a point difference because here white is still better. And I think the most important here I wanted to point out is that g takes h5, chat, is the horrible move, horrible mistake. I would just come there and take my book and slap Alexandra's opponent with my book on pawn structures, because show me the candidate master that does not understand that breaking their own pawn structure, creating freaking 5 isolated pawns, 3 pawn islands, 2 double pawns. What kind of candidate master is this? Excuse me, but I cannot hold my emotions here. This is a complete disrespect of all strategy. This is a complete nonsense, and I'm very...
Tina, she found bishop f5.
Great.
But I agree with everything you said. It's just that they're both playing so quickly right now because they both want to have a lot of time if there's a decisive moment coming.
Yeah, guys, I do want to make sure that you understand, just like Alexander and Hammer understood, this is unacceptable. The power, like, literally, you know what happens when, like, for example, Hammer pushes the pawn on h5? He doesn't even understand that g takes h5 is a move. He doesn't even calculate this as a possibility. Like, it is not even his candidate moves, because such moves, they should not exist. And when they do, he gets surprised and looks at his opponent and thinks, what kind of are you? Okay. This is what we have right now. And life has never been so good for Alexandra before. It's a good thing to balance between Andrea, whose opponent is still thinking. So, we're still there. We are still there.
So tell me again, Dina.
Uh-huh.
In Russia, when you say impossible,
Uh-huh.
did you mean improbable?
I think whenever I say myself impossible, I mean like it's way too bad, so bad that you wouldn't even think about it, or like I mean improbable. But
Yeah.
it's just being overly dramatic. I think it's just
Yeah.
me.
So how would you rate Alexandra's chances to get 9 out of 9 in this instance?
I mean, okay. The reason why I say it's impossible, it's like Mission Impossible, right? Exactly, Chad. Thanks, by the way, for backing me up. It's like he still does it. Tom Cruise accomplishes all the missions that are impossible, and that's what I think for Alexandra is 9 out of 9 is her impossible mission. But I'd love to see her do that. The point is, like, no one, like, you never see this in real life. You never see, unless it's some kind of genius 12-year-old hammer who is winning boys under 13 championship and cooks in his own kitchen, all the other guys who just learned the moves. I just, like, it doesn't happen usually, simply because at some point you're so much leading that you're satisfied with the draw, and you do two couple of draws, you win tournament with 1 or 2 points to spare. What's the big deal? You got 8, not 9. I mean, why do you have to be a perfectionist? Oh God, he took. Oh
Yeah.
God.
Andrea's opponent took the pawn. He's made the sacrifice, and it's very problematic. Vila, I made the move on my board, but it hasn't registered on stream.
Vila, how are you, Vila?
Do we have
It's like,
connection?
Mom, bring me some juice.
Okay,
Mom.
I think it's just bugged.
Okay.
Oh my God. Alexandra captured on D5, Dina, and her opponent has captured on B3. Knight takes B3 has happened. He has put his knight in a precarious situation. Can Alexandra make something happen here on the B file? Computer says Alexandra is winning at this point. Computer also says that Andrea is losing, but things are happening in both games now. But I think the biggest drama is on Alexandra's board. She's one move away from
What? No.
Rook to B1 is not the right move.
It is the right move.
Computer wants rook to D1.
No. Well, listen, this is great because knight has nowhere to go, Hama.
I'm so confused. Are we going for checkmate?
We are. It's a checkmate in 13 moves, but she wouldn't find it, would she?
But then why are we not putting the rook on this E1 square to begin with, if we afterwards have to go for this checkmate?
Okay. Queen to A5.
Oh my God, she didn't move her rook!
What?
Her rook was under attack and she didn't move it. She played rook B2.
And now he has the queen A5. She blundered that the bishop is there. She blundered the bishop. Oh God.
And she's playing the second game in a row. She's playing way too fast when there's the big moments in the game. Like, this is the same thing that happened yesterday. That when there was a winning move for her, instead of thinking about it, she played her move in a minute without calculating.
Did you discuss this yesterday?
No, I didn't. there was so many other things to talk about. I kind of forgot that happened.
I mean, it's tough. There is the same queen a5 here, so you're like, what difference does it make, right? You need to find this bishop e6.
No, but it makes perfect sense to keep the rook on the open file. This is what you've been telling everyone, Dina. Keep your rooks. Don't hide your rooks behind your own pawns. Get your rooks pointing against stuff.
Okay, let's try again. Why was rook e1 bad? Because queen a5. Yeah, I mean, I think it's easy for us with ancient. I actually don't think it's so easy here.
No, but I'm not criticizing the move. This is the same thing I said yesterday, Dina. I'm not criticizing the move, but I'm massively criticizing the time management.
Okay,
Why
I
are you playing
understand.
so quickly in an important moment in the game? And also, it's just like the general principle: the rook is attacking the other rook. Why are we not moving the piece that's under attack?
And also, Hammer, this is important. Chat, this rook is in front of the pawn, so we kind of want to improve our worst piece, right? And put the rook on the open file.
Because she doesn't know it's an important moment? Of course she does. You're crazy if you think she doesn't realize this is an important moment. Everything is under attack. She definitely understood it was a key moment. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, everything about rook b1 is just not making sense.
And now he can go queen c5 or queen a5, both of which are good.
The worst part about it is like he's kind of forcing Alexander to go in the queen trade. I mean, well, this. Oh no, actually, I think this is gonna happen. But yeah,
Alexandra's
oh my God.
down a pawn. She could still lose this.
I guess the reason why I was defending Alexander is like subconsciously, I just whenever I see it's a tough thing to spot, oh God, he plays queen a5. Whenever I think it's a tough thing to spot, I subconsciously assume that even had she spent time, she wouldn't have found the right way. But who knows? Maybe she would. At least she would have played the other rook.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the other rook is so much more natural.
But now it becomes very important not to lose this. Because a win here would have been incredible for winning the tournament, but it's so important now not to lose.
Yeah.
You made a huge, huge mistake, but then you need to mentally recover, and you need to kind of adjust to the new circumstances. So after takes, if he takes with a knight, Dina, then Alexandra is still better despite being down a pawn because her bishops are so strong. And this knight on the edge of the board is struggling to get back into the game.
Yeah.
So we're praying for knight recapture.
Indeed. If he recaptures with the rook, he doesn't lose a piece because the same idea rook takes here. But you know what, Hama? I think long term white is fine because white has a passed pawn.
I'm not even sure we need the long term. After rook to d3, are we not just winning this pawn?
Yeah, rook a4.
Another rook?
Honestly, with this structure, like just because Alexandra made this brilliant h4, h5, I don't think she's risking anything in the endgame. Obviously, as long as she doesn't blunder all her pawns. But actually, I think we're saved here. Alexandra just needs to understand that, okay, it's enough to play games. Enough to play games.
But like, surely she cannot avoid making the queen trade, right? Because
she can if she takes with Oh yeah. She can if she takes with a queen or two b3. That's what I'm worried about, Hammer. If she gets
but she wouldn't do that.
You
right?
think so?
Surely she understands that then her pieces are passive compared to her opponents.
Because this would give us the opportunity
Like
to
Black
push.
has more pawns in front, close to his king than Alexandra has close to her king.
True.
So just from a king protection kind of thing.
Yeah.
Keeping
Sometimes
the
it's
queens on the board is usually you just look at whose king is worse, and then yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, and in the meantime, Andrea's going really down.
Yeah, Andrea went knight to c5. I don't know why she didn't go knight to c7 to try and take the bishop. But the problem with knight to c5 is that now her opponent can just take out the knight, making sure that the bishop remains here, and then this pressure and this pressure and this pressure becomes too much to deal with.
Yeah, guys, let's not blame Andrea. She didn't do anything wrong here. I mean, it's just that it was unlucky that the opening, it didn't matter how prepared she was in this opening, it wasn't her style, and in the contrary, it turned out to be exactly the style of her opponent. So it's just one of those moments she couldn't do much. She didn't do anything wrong, honestly.
Well, I think also her opponent played close to a perfect game.
Yeah.
Which you kind of don't expect from a 1900 rated player.
So it was a bit unfortunate. Yeah. Bit unfortunate.
But here's my thing about Alexandra's blunders when she has a winning position. Both times, both today and yesterday, she made her blunder in like less than a minute. And then after her opponent replies, she spends 6 minutes realizing that, oh, I messed up. Which is why it's better to spend those 6 minutes trying to find the winning move while the critical situation is still on the board.
Agreed. Yeah, she could have she must have, like, even though she didn't see anything concrete, but she must have thought that, like, she could feel that she was actually having something. But my guess is that she might have just blundered that there is this skewer, right? I think this is called the skewer. Also an X-ray, actually. Man, I think we're cursed, Hammer. It's the day of the X-rays. I think she might, simply might have blundered. She thought she was winning here. You know why? I think she was breathing real hard when she played Rook B2. So she might have been like, oh my god, I'm winning. But no.
I'm not criticizing Alexandra for her moves. It's more her time management in the critical situations. I don't like her to spend more time to figure out the right move.
Yeah, and that's
But
understandable.
right now, that isn't really the priority. Right now, it's just about finding a way to make the draw. Because as long as Alexandra draws here, she's still leading the tournament, and she still played a fantastic game. Like this pawn to h4 move was so good.
Yeah.
And if she continues playing at this level, she'll still win the tournament with a draw here. But if she loses this game, she's going to get tilted out of her mind that she wasted such a nice position. And then that's going to, number one, then she's not going to be number one again. And also, it means that she's going to let what happened here today affect her next couple of games, which is not great. Okay, she took an a5. Good move. Good move, Alexandra. Please take back with the knight. Mr. Ganta, make a mistake. Make a blunder. Please. Pretty please.
Yeah, because he wants to win as well. Okay, well, listen, guys. This is good. I think we're saved. I think we're officially saved. I mean, still requires to be precise, but oh man, the opening outcome was 10 times worse. Way worse. Way worse.
And Dina's Twitter is safe from the BotezSlavia invasion.
Something
for the
tells me
time
my
being.
Twitter might be a point of future bets because I've heard this. I think there is certain interest to my Twitter, so yeah.
Queen takes a5 was the only move. It was not the only move, but it was the best move.
Someone was asking why not to take the knight on b3. We discussed this because queen would take the bishop and then black would actually be better with the queen on f5, would be a very strong queen. How was Andrea doing, chat? Very bad, but not her fault. Honestly, not her fault this time.
And Andrea resigns the game.
Oh no.
With a checkmate coming up. Tough game. Very well played by her opponent. Big kudos to him.
Yeah. And Alex will have to take care of this guy because he has been on fire today. But first, Alexandra's gonna take care of her opponent.
And he's still thinking about it. Knight takes queen would be a big mistake for black because after rook to c1, Alexandra would have really nice open files with her rooks, and the black knight would then be stuck on the side of the board. Knight takes would be huge in Alexandra's favor. If rook takes, however, then Alexandra cannot save both her bishop and the rook. And that would be
Rose gonna cook.
we're muted.
But
Dina, we're muted.
well, it's okay.
Oh, we're back. Never mind.
All right. I can feel that the stars are shining for us. I can see them in the sky. They're pointing Alexandra the right direction that she's gonna find herself. Can Alex win this? She took with the rook. Unlikely, but
Great move by Ganta. And now, the thing is, Alexandra should not be scared of bishop takes pawn. So if Alexandra does something like pawn to a4 now, bishop takes pawn is not a problem because then the rook can come in and attack both the black rook and the black bishop. So bishop takes pawn on f4 is not a threat she has to deal with at the moment. Alexandra's priority should be to try and eliminate this d4 pawn as quickly as possible. But she could also try to go pawn a4, having this pawn as a distraction, and while black is busy trying to take out that pawn, white can then go after the d4 pawn in the meantime.
that would be my preference, to be honest, because I kind of like, I think, and so of everybody in the chat, because we could still have a hope for black to go wrong. Because right now, black has a passer that is further away, which is great. So a4 is more dangerous than d4, even though d4 is more advanced. Plus, black's bishop is kind of out of the loop. Well, so is white, right? The danger would be if they play f5 one day and fix our weakness. I don't know. I think both are good. Here, I'm actually pretty calm and think that whatever Alex decides to do, I don't see the way how she could go wrong. Potentially g3 and then h5 would be always in the air if we remove the bishop. I think the margin here is very big for Alexander to not have any problem, and we'll take the draw. We'll gladly take the draw.
I really don't like this g3 move, but something like rook d3 followed by rook b d1. This I think is pretty straightforward. And then if black tries to protect the pawn, we could even have a scenario like this one, Dina, where we manage to trade off all the rooks while we still have the a pawn. And here, even though white is down a pawn, because white has this pawn on the far side trying to make its way over to the other side, here white actually has some big chances to win the game.
I love this. I honestly love this. This would be a dream come true. I can't praise it enough. And once again, man, who on earth would have taken that pawn in h5? But okay, that's an old story.
Yeah, because right now, black is actually benefiting from having these 3 pawns against white's 2. Because when Alexandra lost her light squared bishop, she also lost the control of these squares. That was such a huge benefit to her, and the reason why capturing on h5 was bad to begin with. And Alexandra does go after the pawn, but she uses the a1 rook first, Dina.
That's funny. It's like now that we ranted enough about her not moving this rook, finally she remembers that she's got a rook. But question is, what did she prepare after this one? Because if we have to do this and then they take... Oh, we have this. But if they take with the rook... And then we just gave away the pawn, right? Hammer.
Yeah, no, this is not good. This is not okay.
It's still probably a draw, but tough to defend. Wait, what
So
does
I
she
think
have?
her intention might be to give checks. No, because then you're just chasing. One of my concerns here is that this black king could become really good as it makes its way up the light squares on the king side. The black king has a perfect path to get into the game. I feel it was completely unnecessary by Alexandra to allow her pawn to be captured immediately.
She has one last idea here, Hammer. The only move she can do, I mean, kind of only move she should do, only idea is to go after this pawn with another rook now. Admit the blunder, the mistake, and go with this rook, because in a moment, there is no check. Bishop cannot take f4, and rook cannot take f4. And if they try to defend, this is gonna be kind of same thing that we saw had Alexandra started with the other.
they can defend with the other rook though, Dina.
I see what you mean. Let me look at this. They defend, but we didn't blunder. We didn't lose their pawn, Hammer.
Yeah, but we're still getting pinned. So after rook takes d4,
yeah,
takes, we still get this check, and this is very uncomfortable for the white king. And then we have this idea for black to try and use the king up the light squares on the king side.
Yes, but let's say this. Let me tell you this. This would be the worst of all evil, because here we're still 2 pawns against 3. Because if Alexandra doesn't play... Like, I have no idea what she planned after rook takes a2. But if she doesn't do this and then just goes directly into this, then she just loses the pawn, and she's going to be 1 pawn against 3, which is even worse, right?
Yeah.
Still savable, but...
Yeah, no, Alexandra is definitely under some very unpleasant pressure. How long until she gets an additional 30 minutes?
Let me tell you. Actually, not that long. It's move 36. So we're kind of... Oh wait, no, it's a little bit. It's 37. We're a bit good. We're a bit better.
Yeah. So she only needs to play 3 more moves.
I wonder what he thinks.
Which should be fine.
Yeah, should take. I don't know. You know what? Also g3 here. Basically, Alexandra needs to understand that this will fall, but f4 cannot fall. Unnecessary risk that she took for herself, but still in the game.
I kind of like g3 more.
Yeah, I can understand that. And yeah, black doesn't have
Yeah, because
time.
now we don't get stuck with our king on the edge of the board.
Yeah,
And we
G3 is
can get our
important.
king in towards the center. And even though the black king comes up here, we have everything under control with the rook trades. And then even though the king comes up, we're just in time to make sure that the king cannot get further. Definitely not optimal, but it's safe. Although here, Dina,
Hmm.
there's the move h4. Ah, actually, Dina, look.
Ah, yeah, that's funny.
This is very important, actually.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
anytime
I
the
forgot
king
about
is making its way up the board, we can probably just sack.
Oh man, that's why she did it. There is absolutely no way for black to win this. We can just give bishop away.
Yeah,
Bishop
but you still
against.
have to be a little bit careful.
Oh, because
There are some positions where you get trapped, but I think with accurate play you avoid it.
Yeah, because even if they think, oh, stalemate, and the pawn took, and then the pawn is on g-file, it's still a stalemate.
Yeah.
So we probably are fine, but I see what you mean. Oh, it's like that double stalemate, right?
Okay, he took on a2.
Okay, now Alexandra, I mean, yeah, we're actually, yeah. I mean, that's an important moment still. She has 3 minutes. She has 4 minutes to figure this out.
So rook to d3 or pawn to g3. These are the well, I definitely prefer rook to d3 is best, and then you go g3 afterwards. But whatever you do, do not take the pawn and allow black to create a lot of problems for your king.
Right. Also keep in mind, chat, for that to happen, we would need to change rooks. If we just give away the bishop for these 2 pawns, and black is 2 pawns, and the bishop is kind of like Andrea's game, the chances of winning are very high when the rooks are on the board, even if the corner is the wrong color.
Yeah. So it's to Alexandra's advantage if we could trade off some rooks.
What I understand, this is a great one. What I understand is learning how to move the pieces is when you're good. Learning how the pawns move makes you a grandmaster. That's exactly my point. Thank you, aggressive Barber Q from YouTube. This is exactly my philosophy. Pawn play, pawn strategy is everything. And I don't need to be overly dramatic and say, oh, wait a second. How did black get into the situation where they have such a high risk of not winning? Oh, it was when they took on h5 pawn, and now both h pawns are gonna be of the wrong color for any bishop endgame. So many people are watching Alexandra, and that's understandable because that's leaders of the tournament. I was thinking to myself, Hammer, how many tournaments in my life I have won?
Yeah?
And
What did you
I
figure
was
out?
like,
You played g3.
yay! That's the way! Woo! Sorry for that. What if, I mean, yeah, not like only one tempo away from bishop g7 and protecting, but hell no. Even if up and bishop only one tempo away. If only we could do this and this, then black would be winning, but damn. What a precise calculation. Chat says Hammer not happy. Don't worry, he's just focused. He's just focused.
Well, my only concern, Dina, right now is that if black gets the double rooks on the second, but I think it doesn't actually matter because we do have that bishop. Right now, Alexandra kind of killed her own bishop, putting her own pawns in front of it. But at the same time, now she doesn't need to be too concerned about the 2 rooks coming to attack along the second rank, because this bishop is actually doing quite a decent job protecting the king, both in front of the king and protecting in from the side. And Ganta, he plays rook to d5. And that's really good news for Alexandra. Because it seems like Ganta doesn't understand that the rook trades are very much to Alexandra's benefit. And now, I guess bishop g1, trying to activate the bishop. Or are you scared about h4 then, Dina?
Anything is good. Bishop g1, bishop b, rook to d3. Just not rook to b4 because then he would, rook d3 is totally fine. Yeah, let's see what he's gonna do here. And that's the move 39. We are almost there. We're almost at the move 40, which would mean extra time on the clock, which would mean peace, harmony, and savory.
No, actually, Dina, I don't like this move.
Why not?
Rook d3, because now the black rook is making sure that the white king has to stay on the bottom rank. And now he can go king g7, and after the trades, king g6. If the king gets up here on the light squares, this is just game over.
What if I caught you, Mr. Hammer?
Okay, I'm fine again then. Yeah, rook d5 is an important defensive move, making sure that the black king cannot get involved on white's half.
Yeah.
Without that move, it
important.
would have been super problematic for Alexandra, though.
Yeah. Chat loves when I use my Joker Stockfish card. But actually, Rook d5, that was my own idea. But that good instructive point, great instructive points. Like, for example, I can actually like try to find something like f5 and then h4 and then king h5, king g4, but there is always something in the way. So it wouldn't happen. Yeah. What is he gonna do? What if he tries the Hammer idea? Rook to b5, sorry, takes. Now we takes, but then Hammer said we're safe here. I was looking into one idea somewhere h4. I don't remember where, maybe here. Yeah, here h4. And here we would have to be precise. In fact, we would have to do this. And after h3, wow.
Okay, this is making me nervous. Why do we have to... Oh.
No, this is fine.
Oh, he didn't play h4.
No. This is my suggestion, but this is actually winning.
Yeah, no, h4 would have been terrifying.
Yeah. This is winning, but it's like who's gonna find all that? Oh, wait. This I need to point out. This is not a checkmate because you always have and the rook. But that's some beautiful lines here. I was looking into h4 would have been terrible because here we would actually be on the losing edge.
Well, after h4, she could have just gone g4, so it
Yeah.
wasn't that difficult.
Yeah. So that's fine. Okay, the live position is rook to d5. Rook d3. Oh no, g3 she played. Let me put it. G3, rook to d5, and now rook to d3. And now he played rook to... He didn't play... Okay, he's still thinking. Sorry, messing up. He played rook to d5, and Alexander played rook to d3. That's the current position on the board.
Yeah.
Move 39. Last move for Ganta to play before the extra time. And yes, Chad Andrea did lose, unfortunately, but she has nothing to be ashamed of or to blame herself for because her opponent played extremely great and the position was tough from the opening. It's one of those moments when you just remembering your preparation 10 moves is not enough. It's also important to understand and feel and know what to do in the position, and she just got squeezed in the middle game. Very typical way, like just white played everything according to the
Okay, Alexandra's opponent played king g7, Dina, and I'm kind of relieved because the more I was looking at this position, the more I was thinking, what does she actually do if pawn to h4 here? Pawn to h4 would have been very disruptive to white's coordination. So the fact that he's just moving his king up, I'm pretty happy with.
Can you fill me up? What was your worry after takes? Rook to h5.
Rook to h5. Maybe I can go
Mhm.
rook h3.
Yeah.
But it looks weird. I don't like having my pawns isolated. But anyway, he played king g7, and now Alexandra can just capture on d4. And now I'm feeling pretty good, Dina. I feel like this shouldn't be too difficult.
Yeah, that's cool. I think we should all be relieved. And you know what? I am kind of, yeah, Alexandra might not even know that she was winning. And if that's the case, maybe we shouldn't even tell her. Like this, she will sleep better. I mean, obviously she'll find it out because this chat is a bunch of spoilers. And she can also go and find her game on chess.com. But
No, but
yeah.
I think she realizes she was winning. But I think as long as she makes a draw, she's going to be reasonably happy just to still have the lead in the tournament. Yeah, it's a missed opportunity, but she played a good game. She played a couple of fantastic moves, and then we just try and make a correction on the tendency she has shown now 2 games in a row where she's rushing the critical situations.
Exactly.
But actually, yeah, Dina, I still don't feel entirely comfortable because I've realized that takes, king up, rook to h5. We're preventing the king from getting in, but
Okay.
pawn to h4 and such things are still kind of scary. So
But
here,
why
for
did
instance, rook
uh-huh.
to a4 first, and then pawn to h4 next. And then this is unpleasant.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So some theoretical draw, but we are pawn down. And okay, this is not unnecessary. Yeah. Yeah,
I
I
mean,
think
at my
yeah.
level, this would be an easy draw.
Yeah, I
But
understand where you're going with this.
yeah,
I totally understand where you're going with this. Up, and the rooks are being traded. It seems like
I'm not even sure
Ganta.
this is an easy draw now that I think about it.
Really?
Yeah, because it's kind of unpleasant. Black can create a box and gradually try and get their king forward. I guess you can go king rook d4, and then you always have this check if the king tries to get forward. Let's see what happens. I'm a bit nervous. So king to g6 was just played, and now
Okay.
very very important to go rook d5. You have to prevent the king from getting in.
Come on, Alex Suits. Gonna find it.
The coordination of her pieces here is terrible. If Alexandra had her king on the h3 square, this would be super easy. The game would already be over. But because she has her pieces stuck in the corner, this is a real problem, even though all the pawns are on the same side. Also, had Alexandra's pawn been on f3, this also would have been completely fine. But the fact that her pawns are stuck on the same color specter as the her own bishop is adding to her concerns. She will consider rook
Honestly,
d7. Rook d7 might be better now that I think about it.
what? Really?
Rook d7? Well, the king cannot move forward, right?
Uh, I feel like you're okay, but this would be possible anyway. And now you have to get back to.
Why do I need to go back? Oh yeah, because now you at some point they're just going to sacrifice this pawn, and it's going to be very scary with the bishop getting in, the rook coming in. Yeah, no, I'm not 100% on this yet. I
Okay, okay,
think
okay.
Alexandra's position is quite unpleasant.
Yeah, we need some accuracy, so to be right here, in order to make this right.
Okay, I'm gonna take a little break, Dina, but fingers crossed. It's gonna be a long end game. Her opponent is desperately wanting to win because then he would overtake Alexandra in the standings. Alexandra is very keen on keeping a drawn position, which would keep her in the lead of the tournament. And we have no news about Carlo Molinari, who is the only other person with 4.5 points, who's one of the two guys half a point behind Alexandra. But we could have a scenario where Alexandra keeps the lead on her own, even if she only makes a draw in this game. So draw would be a big success, but there's still problems to solve.
All right. So while Hammer is taking a quick break, it's just me and you, chat, and I can tell you that, oh, that's a beautiful chair, so perfect. And I can tell that I think Alexander's gonna have a relatively fine draw. I don't think that. Oh, Rook! No, no, no! She's such a gambler. I think that this is a necessary risk because we have to calculate, but I understand the temptation. Also, remember we said probably my disappointment is overrated, but I hate seeing the danger suggest put the rook back here, kind of control the c5. Yeah, you do want to cut the king, but okay, let's say for now this is gonna somewhat slide. Just every single time computer suggests put the rook back here, because h7 is not as important. I mean, that's fine. That is fine. How are you doing? That awkward feelings to have people come over and analyze you. Yeah, it is awkward. Alexandra's bored. If she's bored for the first time, she's looking away. She might not feel the kind of danger, but there's probably no danger. No, draw would be great for us. Draw would be a great result because then Alexandra would continue taking the lead. And just for the record, now that there's just you and me and no one is listening, I would be glad to make a bet even for 8.5 out of 9 for the exact same reason that it just doesn't happen. Neither 9 out of 9, neither 8.5 out of 9 do not happen. Usually what we see first place, maximum 8, usually like 7.5. So listen, chat. This is my way of staying positive. I'm happy to take a bet even for 8.5. Highlighting that a draw here is a great result. The typical score to win a tournament is like something like 7.5. 8 means like you already destroyed the tournament. But nothing happens below that. Like my biggest win ever was 8 out of 9. Yeah, so that's how I encourage Alexandra. The draw is great here. Yeah, Alexandra is bored. She thinks that it's a draw. She saved it. You can see that for the first time, she's not focused about the game. Her mind is away. But Hammer is very skeptical here. He says after activating the bishop, yeah, we might have to work a little bit harder here. And he does it, of course. That's why I didn't like rook to d7. If we were to compare like rook d5, it would give us a tempo to do bishop g1, then bishop b. And now we activate our bishop. If we do the same. Hello.
Hey.
Well, I actually, rook d7 happened on the board, and I came to the conclusion that I clearly prefer much more rook d5 because I think it's kind of way more solid ground move, cutting the king. Because every single time I try analyzing, like at the end of the day, Engine wants the rook to come back to d5.
Yeah.
Like even here, if we go bishop e3 now, it's like. Yeah, Alexander actually, I don't think Alexander feels the exact pressure that you feel here for this endgame. I think she's kind of, by her body language, I would say that she's kind of more relaxed. But in the meantime, her coach thinks it's too early to get relaxed.
Yeah, no, yeah, it could be a bad sign being relaxed if you don't understand how bad you're. But she went rook d5 now. Okay, she realized her own mistake.
Yay! Perfect. Now we're talking. See, that's my girl. She heard me.
Yeah, but that's very, very important. She realized her own mistake, and the rook came back, and things are okay.
And now we can kind of just annoy the bishop, I guess. I don't know.
He played rook to c2.
Oh, that's great, because he wants to play bishop c5, but we're just gonna do the natural bishop to g1.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. That's a huge tempo for us. I don't know how it saves us, but for some reason, like I cannot figure this out. Hammer computer says that this position, if it's white to move, then it's completely draw. But if it's black to move, then black has sort of slight advantage. Oh, and she did it. She did it. She played bishop to g1 immediately.
Yeah. No, this is looking good. She's getting the bishop to e3 in time, and then there's no concern about the bishop coming to e1 to attack the g3 pawn, because then Alexandra can regain control of the light squares. Give a check at a moment when the bishop is making sure that the black king cannot move forward, which means the king will have to go backwards, and then we have just a lot of checks in towards this king for a draw.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Oh boy. And he played bishop b4, so now we want to see bishop e3. We want to see bishop e3. Not that it's an only move. That's funny. Second line is bishop a7. Bishop a7 is like laughing in the face of Hammer and saying, boy, you are overreacting here. You are being a drama queen. Any move is fine, but I love bishop e3. With idea f5.
I'm not sure any move is fine.
Well, I don't know. You talk to Stockfish, not me.
Like rook b5, bishop e1. This looks very not fine. What are you supposed to do? Bishop h2?
No. Where are you going, man? Listen. This is exactly what you wanted.
Yeah, but then that's the same idea.
Yeah.
Like it means that only one idea makes the draw.
Well, it's a good idea.
So it doesn't mean anything is a draw. It means one specific idea is a draw, and you can execute that idea in multiple different ways.
Yeah, I agree with you. But I love actually this idea. I think it's beautiful. I completely missed it, and I think it's very powerful. Activating, finally, first time in a very long time, activating the bishop and pushing the king backwards. With one stone, you feed two horses. The famous Greek saying.
The Greeks fed their horses with stones?
No comment.
I'm amazed they got all the way to Persia.
Hammer knows history, doesn't he? You cannot treat him like that.
Trojan horse. Yeah, that's a good one.
Right.
And she finds bishop e3. We're saved. We're saved. Officially, game is saved. Bishop e3 on the board. And Alexandra has everything under control. Well done. Well done.
Congratulations to Alexandra. What an amazing endgame technique. The execution. She's promoted back to Grand Alessandra.
Okay, the only thing she needs to watch out for is that after h4, maybe she goes g4. Or maybe not.
And h3, you got rook h5, right?
I was gonna, yeah, rook h5. Yeah, that's fine. I was also gonna do the checks, but this is better.
Right. Nice. I like it.
So I think we're saved. We're saved. We're good. It's a bit unpleasant being down a pawn, having the opponent's rook make sure that our king can never get into the game. But now we're gonna kick the black king back. We're gonna regain control of the light squares. And then we're gonna be fine.
Yes, and we're gonna continue the lead. And you know what that means? That means that tomorrow Alexander is gonna take care of Andrea's how you say the guy who offended her. Offender. Andrea's offender?
Maybe actually, that's quite a likely pairing.
Slayer, bullier. I hope so. And she's gonna take the revenge for the family. Slayer, I think is the right word here. That would be amaze me. Hammer is satisfied with their student.
Yeah, no, she played a great game, and this was a really, really difficult opponent. And she came very close to beating him, which was a great achievement. And this h4 move Alexandra played in this game, I'm so proud of that move. So the only thing to correct here is just that she needs to take a bit more time when she has a winning position. She's kind of, she's actually being a bit lazy, that she can't be bothered to do the calculations when she's winning. But I guess it has to do with nerves, and it's not an unusual thing that that you kind of you're so hyped up by the moment that sometimes you can't think about chess and you just make a move. Well, I don't know if that's common, but I've had that many times.
I think, Hammer, we have a great example for that. I'm surprised you didn't think of that on your own.
What do you mean?
No one coming to your mind? The former world almost champion, Jan Nepomniachtchi, the winner of 2 candidates. How many times did
Do you think Jan's lack of thinking is a laziness?
No.
Jan will still make a lot of. Jan still takes his time when he thinks he's winning, right? He's using the clock as a weapon earlier in the game.
No, he's actually rushing. He's rushing every time there's a critical moment because he is so nervous and there is so much pressure that he cannot keep it together. We've seen it with Ding. He's been rushing. And we've seen it, I think we've seen it with Magnus as well in the match. But especially with Ding, we definitely see it. He's very emotional, but it's not about emotion. It's about that situation when you're under pressure and it's a critical moment, but just because of the pressure, you play a bit too fast. But this is definitely a pattern. If you disagree, I would love to call you out on a debate.
Yeah, no, if I'm honest, I didn't actually follow the Ding
Nepo match.
Right, because you
So I don't
were
really
so
know.
busy commentating on BotezLive. Look how I
I
saved
don't
you.
I don't remember what I was doing, but I was not too interested in a world championship match that didn't include the best player in the world. I don't know.
Man, this is horrible. He just literally threw everybody under the bus.
Well, better
But
that than
okay.
throwing me under the bus.
Right. But that's okay. No, I understand. I was gonna say because like you didn't follow it because it didn't include you yourself, but that also makes sense. Man, this is the Hammer Truth time. You heard it, right? The top grandmaster and the second of the former world champion tells us how unimportant was the last World Chess Championship match, but it's a rhetorical discussion. We don't have to continue. Rook to e2, attacking the bishop allows us to play f5. Come on, Alexandra, I want to see f5. Please do it. Give me a favor. Do me a favor.
She's gonna play f5, obviously. Getting the king,
Yes.
kicking the king back.
Sorry, that was you.
Getting some more space for her bishop.
Okay.
And life is good. We're
Life is a
controlling
bed of
all of
roses.
this. Yeah, we're controlling so many important squares, and it's impossible for the black king to get past this barrier that we have created. This is a barrier, Dina. What you said with the
Okay.
pawns, that is not a barrier.
Yeah, I think this is a case. You put the cage. You put them in the cage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but this is nice. I love it. I also love that you definitely improved your drawing skills ever since we started working together.
Thank you.
And I love the position on the board. No, chat Andrea lost, but that wasn't her fault. Her opponent played great. She didn't know the typical plans in the middle game, which is normal. So there wasn't much she could do to resist. Alex Suits is thinking, I hope she considers f5. For me, she thinking is an indicator that she doesn't see it, which would only be due to a brain fog because it's like a check. You remember whenever you look at the board, you don't like how to even think of moves. You gotta consider first checks, captures, and threats. What does that mean? Checks. What does that mean? Checks. That means what? Checks. And only then captures, and only then threats, and only then retreating. Yeah. I mean, the fact that she's thinking might mean that she doesn't consider Czech Republic. Oh,
So
speaking of, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
after f5, king back, bishop moves. I suppose the only trick black has remaining is pawn to h4.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to give away this pawn, but then having the rook attack towards the bishop and the pawn afterwards. But the bishop can just retreat. The pawn is still protected, and now that the rook is moved, there's space for the king to get involved as well. So, okay, f5 played on the board. The king retreats, and now just bishop f4.
Mazel tov. I'm so happy.
This should be a
Congratulations.
draw without too much drama.
I mean, man, she could even play for a win here.
No, she cannot.
Okay, if he is too ambitious, but yeah. Like, imagine all the people.
Okay, Dina, rook d7, king e8. You're creating kind of drama.
Okay. I
Because
know. I
if
was
king
just
e8 here, there would be a threat against both the rook and the bishop. So we're going to avoid that with Alexandra's move, bishop to f4. And Alexandra cannot get her king into the game. But now, since we made the cage for the black king, neither king can get involved. And a draw is the very, very likely result. If black tries to somehow make pawn to h4 happen on the side of the board, then we can just give a check. If the king moves, then, well, the king has to move in a way that protects the pawn, but then we give another check. And then black realizes, okay, I cannot go back and forth here. I'm going to have to go for the trade. But then the trade is perfectly fine for Alexandra, and then she will get her king into the center of the board. Although I am now realizing, Dina, that here her opponent gets a passed pawn on
which
the
is
h file.
fine, because remember our plan is to always sacrifice and always
Yeah,
trade. We forgot about that. That's
I,
fine.
I
It's
forgot.
okay.
Yeah,
It's okay. It's okay. I will help gladly share with you my W in front of my title.
that's convenient.
Yeah.
So we also always have this defensive idea. So, and because of this, anytime we trade rooks, it's an easy draw.
Hmm. I always appreciate how Hammer never gets offended by my old joke about the title, and how I can continue teasing him up and he doesn't seem to get bored and doesn't even notice those things, because I know chat loves them.
I know this. I think it's more annoying for you that I don't address it than actually getting.
No, this is actually why I appreciate it so much, because I see that you don't get offended. But okay, let's continue not pretending that I said anything. Yeah, life is good here, so no worries, chat. We're gonna see a draw. I saw each other saying 4 hours in the draw. Well, you know what? It's not that. It's 4 hours, and we're keeping the leadership of the tournament. This is what it means. Am I right or am I right?
Yeah, you're right, Dina. You're always right.
Oh, no, don't say that. Don't say that. That's so wrong.
I'm a bit tired. I wouldn't mind this game ending now. I would also be very happy with a draw because of the tournament situation.
You want a
So,
massage, coffee, tea, little bit of chicken? What can we do for our Princess Hammer?
well, all of that except the coffee sounded really nice.
Oh, right. Sorry, I forgot your. Yeah.
Was that tea sleepy time tea? No, it's just apparently my tolerance is has become a bit high. And the tea doesn't have the same effect. Also, it's been a stressful couple of days. We had the
yeah.
double round yesterday, and commentators gotta. We have a tough job too. Playing chess is not the only tricky thing. No, I don't actually mean that. Being a commentator is so much more relaxing than playing chess yourself. It's the difference in stress levels is just crazy.
Yeah, I kind of agree. For me, the weird thing is, like, every time I commentate here, I get inspired, because, like, I sit there for 5 hours straight looking at the engine, and I think that I figure it all out. So I kind of start thinking the chess is easy and I'm gonna just win all my games. So for me, it's actually every time I commentate, it inspires me to play.
Bishop to e7 on the board. And now rook d2 would
Nice.
be a really good move.
To get the I actually, yeah, to trade and bring the king up. Interesting thing is that I have had myself many times when I would forget about this simple idea of you can sacrifice the bishop when even 2 pawns are nothing because of the king. In fact, I think once I could draw against Gereshkina like this, and I forgot in some calculation that the endgame would occur, would not be winning, because I forgot that I would have this plan. So I can see these ideas get blundered, but Alexandra seemed comfortable and not nervous, so she most likely sees that.
So
And
rook e2, we're trying to trade off the rook because we
Yeah.
know without the rooks, this is an easy draw as the king comes up the board. And then if the opponent has to move the rook, that will allow our king to centralize, which the only problem in Alexandra's position right now is her king. And then you can deduct that rook d2 is the right answer to try and get. Oh, and she plays it. Wow, she's playing so well right now, Dina.
nice.
Legitimately, like I've never seen her play this well before. The number of times she's played the move I wanted her to play is excellent.
That was a compliment, right? That
Yes.
wasn't a roast.
No.
Yeah, I'm just checking out with chat. Yeah, amazingly played by Alexandra.
I'm afraid to jinx
Amazingly.
it. You can't jinx it now, Mama Botez. I'm telling you, it is in the bag. She's activating her king. All her troubles are a thing of the past. She is perfectly fine. The only concern we had was that her king was poorly placed in the corner, but now she's guaranteeing that she's going to get her king to the f3 square and everything is fine.
Man, that's amazing. That's wonderful. Very good. Very good. I think it's
F3,
time.
come in, says Mama Botez. Let's go. F3. Get the king in there.
I think it's time, everybody. It's time. You know? It's time for the ruffle. It's time to remind you that we have partnered with Coinbase for this event, and we have $20,000 in crypto for this event. It's gonna be distributed every day. Ooh, although today we might only get $1,000 because I don't see any win here for the Botez family today, do I? Regardless, $1,000 is huge. So not only chat, not only you type in the command ruffle, but also you do need to fill in the Google Doc form and use the email address that you have already used or are about to use in your official account on Coinbase. That will guarantee you in the raffle. And once you entered, you are safe for the entire event. Every day we have giveaways. So at the very least, even if you do not get the winning prize, you can already claim your $20 off in BTC using the code BOTEZ20 when you sign up and do your first trade. So, what are you waiting for? Once this game is over, we're gonna have a 5-minute countdown and know the winners. And this game might finish soon, so hurry up, chat, before it's too late.
I think this game is pretty much already finished.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think there's not much Ganta can do. And I don't think there's any way he can go crazy trying to find a win that's not there. Because what he can do now, he can go rook to... well, he can give the check. No, he can go rook to e4, trying to threaten h4. Because he has the pressure in against the bishop. But then after king g2, if you now go h4, then the king comes up, attacks the rook, and protects the bishop, which means when the rook moves away, we can just capture the pawn on h4, not worrying about our bishop's safety, because that one is protected. So then in order to make this tricky, black has to go rook a4. The idea is to go rook a5 and rook takes pawn. Alexandra can prevent this with rook to d5, but then h4 allows the trade of the pawns on the side of the board, giving black some chances to go for the win. But instead, Alexandra can just still go this king f3, giving her bishop protection, and if the rook tries to step back and attack the pawn, the king just comes in to defend there as well. And everything is defended as the king goes from being on its worst square in the corner of the board to getting to its best square in the center in only 3 moves.
Yeah. Man, seeing the king in the center of the board would be a dream come true. I like how black is trying to find ideas for a win. Buddy, it's too late. You should have been more focused when I was away. That was your moment.
And also the second board in the tournament is also on the live boards. And what I can report there is that the Chinese Shanshan Wang, she is winning against Carlo Molinari, which is very important because Carlo and Ganto, they were the only players who had 4.5 points out of 5, which then means that Alexandra, when she makes the draw here, she will still have a sole lead. She will be the only player on 5.5 points out of 6.
Right. And Hama, there is your bestie, Dario Di Dario, in the playing hall, looking at Alexandra and thinking, man, I wish I was there to make that draw.
Okay.
Wait, why no comment? I like how you.
I wish I was there to make that draw. What do you expect me to say? Like, whenever
Because
you
you
complain
lost.
that I just give you silence, like, in reality, what are you really expecting of me?
Just pronounce that Dario Di Dario.
No, I do like his name. I do like his name. That's fine. But then you follow up with, oh, he wishes he was there to make the draw, which is completely nonsensical.
He got smashed by the Botas. That's why, he looks there and he's like,
I cannot comment on that.
okay.
There's a lot of people wanting to be, no. Shut up.
It's okay. I need to fuel up the juice now that we're in kind of, in this stage where we already know what's going on. Need to keep up with all these people looking for some action, right, people?
She goes rook d5. I don't like. Okay, I guess it's fine here because there's no pressure on the bishop. But I would have preferred to see the king getting up. Ooh,
Okay.
actually,
Yeah.
I realized now she's going for this pawn maybe instead.
Yeah, and gets
So if
checkmated in
rook
one.
rook to b3, trying to prevent the king from moving up, then Alexandra can potentially go after the pawn on h5.
Let's
And
go.
then-
I cannot wait.
Well, you avoid this, right? But the thing is that when he goes rook b1 again to try and go for the checkmate, then you can go back and go after this again. Although I guess he
Okay.
can go rook b2, and then he's yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those
Well,
moments.
we can also start putting pressure in towards the king. But yeah, let's not do that. Let's just put the pressure in towards the king immediately. That makes more sense.
Yeah, well, that actually was one of my hopes initially to play for a win, but then you said she cannot, and yeah, visibly she cannot, because if she goes overly excited and plays for the win, then she gets checkmated. And you know what's the most beautiful part about it? Oh no, actually, I thought like when you take the pawn, still checkmate, but it wouldn't be because the g4 would be for us. So yeah, it's unfortunately. But I mean, if only if we were one pawn more, then we would have played for a winner. Who knows?
Cornell asks, if it's a draw, do both players get the rating? No. If it's a draw, the player with the most rating loses rating, and the lower rated player gains rating. But in this circumstance, the two players are rated pretty much exactly the same, which means that there will be no rating change from an expected result between these two, which is the draw.
Yeah, and like even if we recall Hammer saying that the official rating of Ganta is not the one you see on the screen, 1969, but somewhat 1991. Even these 20 rating points are not significant to have any change in the ELO after the result of a draw. So what is important here is for Alexandra to continue the lead and continue remain undefeated, because in the end of the day, this is what we put in the title of the YouTube video, right?
Yeah. Rook b3 has been played, so this is why I would have preferred Alexandra move her rook up earlier. No, her king up earlier, because now she is being prevented from getting the king forward. She can try and go up to the side, but then there is a problem then of her king not getting back into the game afterwards. So the best thing to do here is just rook to a5. And then you're preparing to attack this black king from afar. Okay, she plays king h3. Not the end of the world, but okay. And then rook b1. He doesn't go rook b2. He should have gone rook b2. But now she can just go back with the king and then go towards the center. If rook b2, then rook d2. No, so if rook b2, we can no longer do this trick, because then the rook can attack the pawn. So our rook now needs to either stay defending the pawn or making threats towards the opponent's king. We can no longer move the rook back to allow our king back into the game. So king h3, I think, is inaccurate. But after rook b1, I think Alexandra's just going to go with the king back, and it's going to be a likely draw. Now she plays rook a5. Okay, well, this is good, because she realizes this idea that she wants to have a lot of space away from the king so that she can give lots of pressure in towards the black king.
And also, she doesn't fall for the trap of a mating one.
Yeah, I was kind of taking that for granted, but sure.
Yeah, it was important, chat. For the memes would have been fun, but hell no.
Okay, a check has been given in towards the king. The king will then step back, and when he moves away, Alexandra will step back forward with the king, and they're going to make a very professional chess player back and forth, is my suspicion.
Yeah, here there are good news if we want to improve on what Hammer was hoping
no,
for.
now we can go f3. We should go king f3.
Yeah, that was my point. We can get it now.
Yeah, and now it's very important that Alexandra do not put pressure towards the king, because now the rook would be able then to attack the pawn. without
this
bishop d6 being a dangerous pin because the rook has that square under control.
Yes, bright side, there is a trick here. We can pretend that the pawn is hanging and then go for the bishop.
So anything is really a draw here.
Exactly. Just not go queen f3 because then the bishop. Oh, even here, hammer. Like even the bishop is pinned. We can still go up and then up and then up, up. Wait. Sorry. Up, and we'll win the rookie. And if the rookie goes away, and then we have bishop d6. So basically anything wins, even the king f3. Like you can blunder 2 times in a row, and sorry, not wins, draws, and you're still fine.
So everything
yeah.
should be fine.
Yeah. Long story short, there is no way to jinx it. Alexandra got it. She continues to secure the. She secures the lead, and most importantly, she stops the most dangerous or one of the most dangerous opponents in the tournament.
Yeah, so to remind everyone in chat, this guy was 2,200 less than 6 months ago. That's why he has his CM title, which is a title for when you get a 2,200 rating. The only reason he's playing in this section with Alexandra is because the organizers did not allow him to play in the over 2,000 section.
Yeah, and this is in fact one of the most scariest. I was really scared for him, but hey, she got it. Alexandra got it under control.
He lost 250 points in under 6 months. He lost that amount of points in like 3 months because he played 2 tournaments in India and got destroyed by all the kids there who didn't have a good rating already.
Well, I actually think it doesn't matter. The age doesn't really matter in India. I think basically, unless you're like in the top, like, you know, like kind of IMs and higher, I think everyone there is underrated. It's kind of like they have their own world of chess, kind of like America. And this is a well-known fact. I remember like there were many Russian enthusiasts back at the times who would kind of go to India and play all these like tournaments in a row, and this would be the worst idea ever for them, my fellow friends, who would lose so much rating all the time there.
Rook d4 is on the board. Alexandra can now move her king either forward to the left, forward to the right. Both are good.
I'm pretty sure Alex Suits is starting to think how to cook here.
I specifically told her, do not take unnecessary risks.
Well,
and also the reason, guys, that we know he tried to play in the over 2000 group is because Alexandra told me. She knows this guy because he also played at the Formentura tournament. And Alexandra said he asked to play in a higher section there.
Up, is that a draw offer, hammer? After king g2, will we see a repetition?
I hope so. There's no reason not to do it.
Right. Alexandra is double checking. Last hope to attack the pawn. Unfortunately, gets blundered into the checkmate. Ooh. See? That breath indicates that she actually would love to finish this game in a win. But draw is also fine. We're taking the draw. Last hope for last breaths of the hope for the tweeter to be changed on my end, but little does she know I would gladly take the same challenge even with 8.5 out of 9 from on behalf of Alexandra.
I don't understand. Why is she thinking? Just make the draw, dude.
Perfectionism. This is the blood of her younger sister Andrea Botez in her veins right now. A draw is not a win. I wanted to win. Her sister voice in the head right now.
I don't know why she's putting herself through this. You're down a
Sandra
pawn.
and Drea.
You're down a pawn. Just make the draw.
No, Hammer, you don't understand. It's that perfect score. No, I actually have it all the time. Honestly, I have it all the time. Hammer's like, women. No, actually, I really have it all the time for myself. Like the moment you got the draw, you don't want to draw anymore. Hell no, you want more. Always want more. That's the human nature. You are never satisfied with good. You always want more. Well, once you get the Jeep, you're not satisfied. You want to get the Honda. Once you get the Honda, you're not satisfied. You want to get BMW. Once you get the BMW, you're not satisfied. You want to get Mercedes. Once you get Mercedes, you don't satisfy. You want to get Ferrari. Once you get Ferrari, you're not satisfied. You want to get Lamborghini.
What car do you drive, Dina?
I don't have any car. But
Is that like the first step before you
Yeah.
have the? What was the first thing you did?
no, actually, my first car was Mercedes. I went high, but then I used it while I lived in France when I needed it, but I lived in the village and I needed to move around. But once I moved to Paris, big city, I sold it because yeah, when you live in a big city like Paris, it's better without the car because it's faster. Subway is faster, and subway in Europe is not like subway in US. Those who don't know, but maybe one day I get a Tesla. I like when Andrea drives me on her Tesla.
You think a Tesla is better than a Mercedes?
I think both are good. Both are legit, but Tesla is kind of like, cool. But it's not like I'm not a materialistic girl, so
I can tell your first car was a Mercedes.
okay. In all fairness, it was Mercedes Class A, 17 years old, that didn't even have Bluetooth in, and I had to use the cigarette stick in order to charge my phone, and I would have to repair it every year. And the reason I got rid of it is because it wouldn't work. So I have the cost of repairing it were higher than the cost of throwing it away. And I had to pay 50 euros so that the guy comes and takes it out to the trash of to the cemetery of the cars. But not that I wanted to mention all that.
Sure.
Yeah, but also humble.
She's still not moving. Like she's down a pawn. A draw is fine. She's offering a repetition of moves, and she's just not. Now, if I'm him, I'm a bit upset. Like I'm willing to make a draw with you. Why are you?
Up. She is going for the win. I told you. Ferrari is not enough.
She's broken. I mean, there's ambition, and then there's whatever this is.
I wouldn't be like too much worried even if she thinks she has chances, because there is no way, unless she blunders the mate in one on king on h4, there is no way she actually throws it even if she pushes too high. But I like that. I like the fact that she says, listen, Mr. Ganta, you think you are the one who is unhappy here? Watch me. I think it's a psychological way of claiming that I am the best here, and if you think you're gonna grab me a draw, little do you know that the only player who's gonna say the last word is me here. Hammer not impressed.
Yeah, no, this is crazy.
I'm telling you, chat, this is a moment where Alexander shows who is the boss here. Oh, I found another way to blunder. What about we
For
do bishop?
whom?
for Alexandra, obviously. What
Oh,
about we do
God.
wait, where were we? Can't I think we're here, right? So bishop e3. What about this? And then when we lost a bishi. This is beautiful, right?
I'm not sure beautiful is the word I would use.
And then we lose. I'm just trying to find yeah, no, actually. Well, listen, Hammer, maybe you want to take another break because looks like Alexandra.
No, I mean, surely she's going to move the bishop back. And then we're going to have a repetition here, right? Like, oh, also, why do you have the king on? What are you doing, Dina?
Sorry. I don't know. It wasn't me. It was Vila. Vila, stop touching the board. Okay, Hammer, I'll talk to him. I'll talk to him. See? Thank you, Vila.
We could have just made the draw. I just.
Well, listen, 12,000 people are watching, so it's not the time
It's for the
draws.
content. Yeah, for the
It's
content.
not the time for
20 minutes
draws.
extra. Like,
Yeah, let's milk it. The more, the merrier.
20,000, yeah, 12,000 people, and they all want Alexandra just to make the draw. I don't know. This is the same thing that happened in Reykjavik. She was playing some 2200 guy. She was down a pawn in an endgame, and then suddenly she decided, no, I don't want to draw. I want to lose, and then she lost. And she got herself into time pressure. Also, like, she's been thinking now for 7 minutes for the last two moves. It's not just that she's trying to go for the win, it's that she's trying to go for the win and also gives herself time pressure in doing so.
Chat is so funny. Don't forget about 6,000 of us on YouTube. Exactly. Hello, YouTube. I look at you.
Chat, do we want Alexandra to draw or win? I mean, that is somewhat of a biased way of asking the question. Freaking mods.
Hey, don't talk
Let me
like that
rephrase.
about
Do we
our
want
mods.
Alexandra to draw or lose? Let's see what people vote then.
Yeah. Okay. Dario left us. He thought the game was over. But okay.
Chad had a good suggestion, mods, for the next question in the same vein. Next question. Is Hammer a poopy head? Has about the same seriousness level to it.
What does that mean?
Not a compliment, Dina.
Aww. Wait, did they mean had or like they just said had? No. They're being mean. Just being mean. Right, Chad? Apologize. How can you? Apologize.
It's incredibly close in the vote. Like, we have
1,800 votes, and there's 4 votes separating right now. 1 vote separating. 5 votes separating. We're gonna have 2,000 votes, and the margin is gonna be less than 0.1%. At least now it's his clock ticking. Because you know what's going through Ganta's head at the moment, Dina? He's like, what is this crazy girl doing?
No,
If she's going to take extreme risks going for the win, now he's thinking, how can I trap her into going for the win in a bad way that means that she's going to lose?
No, he is thinking, all right, sis, I got you. I'm not gonna piss you off again. I got you. It's not you who's asking for a draw, it's me who is asking for a draw. I got you, sis.
Quite an optimistic interpretation. Chat has spoken. Chat wants Alexandra to win. 4,700 votes exactly. And wow, Dina, why didn't we even think about this? Alexandra has actually completely blundered. I don't know where our heads have been, but Alexandra already did blunder. I just didn't realize.
Damn, I was looking for a way to lose, but I missed this one. Yeah, well, I think she's cooking a checkmate. Like, only I could find it.
She can actually go rook d7 here, Dina.
Yeah, she's cooking something.
This is kind of dangerous for him.
Yeah, I think.
But he's not going to put the king here. He's going to go king e8.
Yeah, I don't know if she blundered or not, but she's actually
what she's done is just.
I think she's playing with her.
It is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. It's like, and she did this exact thing in Reykjavik also, and she said, "No, I'm gonna stop doing it." And one of the things I told her is like, no need to take unnecessary risks. You're leading the tournament.
Okay, listen. Remember when I was saying 9 out of 9 was impossible? It was when I was by default assuming that any leader in their right mind knows when to make draws to continue leading. That's actually what I was suggesting. I was suggesting that a good leader of the tournament is okay to make a draw because he knows that he guarantees him a lead. But for Alexandra, winning a tournament, it means literally slaughtering everyone. That's what it means for Alexandra. And that's why we had this argument on the first place. Slaughtering everyone. Okay, king e8.
Yeah, no, she's gonna lose.
How?
I can't believe, it's. In what world do you do this? What do you mean, how? She's losing a pawn, and then she's going to be in time pressure.
Just exchange. The exchange of a pawn.
Checkmate.
Ah! Sorry.
Never mind.
Too hard. Wait, how did you?
Okay, so yeah, if she goes king h4, I guess she's fine.
Maybe she's gonna checkmate.
So she has to go, but if she doesn't find king h4, then this is a big problem.
Yeah, because after this and bishop takes, her king cannot go up. That's still fine, but no, yeah.
No, but number one, even if it is fine, why is she a pawn down after she had everything under control and the guy was literally offering a repetition of moves?
Like, why
Oh,
are we
no.
even in this thing?
Okay, I feel like we're here for a longer
She's
run.
down a pawn against a guy who made a 2300 performance in Formentera. Like, make the draw. It's fine. You're leading the tournament. She's genuinely trying to give me hard problems. Now she's
Okay.
now she's realizing what she did herself, and so now she's very nervous herself.
Oh no!
She plays rook g7.
What?
Now he's going after the f5 pawn. So now she's losing a pawn by force. She's gonna go king h4 and then takes and then takes.
Okay, this is fine, Hama. With this king, it's impossible to win. Don't worry, my dear. She just wants you to stay here a little bit longer to show your pretty face to the crowd.
It's probably fine. It's probably fine. Yeah, no, it should be fine.
Okay, I feel like we're gonna have a little bit more fun, so I need to change the oil. I'll be right back, okay?
Okay. But now she's gonna get herself into time trouble as well. She's down to 9 minutes. And when you're low on time, you make mistakes. When you're down a pawn, you make mistakes too. And now she's checking the king, letting him get active with the king. Why are we letting him get active with the king? Okay, yeah, no. Dina just said, no, with the king on e8, you're never gonna lose this. Next thing she does is force the guy to move his king into a better position. Yeah, no, this is... Well, this current time left, I don't... You promised Mama Botez she couldn't lose. I should have... She can't lose as long as she realizes that she cannot win down a pawn against a much higher rated player. But apparently that was not something we could take for granted that she understood. Oh, this is devastating. How do you recover? Like, if she loses like this, how do you recover from that? Yeah. You will not lose. What are you talking about, Dina? She's now down on the clock. She's down a pawn, and she's allowing her opponent to activate his king. And she's nervous, right? Because at this point, you realize that why didn't I just take the draw when it was an easy draw? Why am I even in this situation? First step to winning is manifesting the win. Now she goes king h4, but she could have gone king h4 earlier as well. She could have gone king h4 back when... And after rook f1, oh, she cannot take the pawn because then she loses her bishop. Rook f1 is quite clever.
She could have gone this king h4 without allowing her king, her opponent's king, off the bottom rank. The worst thing is, she had 18 minutes versus 11. And then when she did this whole I'm gonna win for no good reason thing, then not only did she rashly go for the win, but she also gave away her entire time advantage, which could have been quite important if there's a tricky situation. And also now look at how focused he is. He had kind of resigned himself. His body language now is so much more positive than it was. Even though this is still a draw with correct play, it's like suddenly he's feeling energized. Alexandra's feeling a bit silly. And she even gave the camera a little look there. So trends in games of chess should not be underestimated. And here the trend is very much in Black's favor. And you're very prone to make several mistakes in a row when you feel the trend going in your opponent's direction. Do you see any way to draw this? No, I mean, the game is objectively, like, it should be an easy draw on the board. It's just an unnecessary risk, and the fact that she's going to be very low on time means that the likelihood of blunders are definitely there. So she's, in theory, she's fine, but she's going to have to defend a position down a pawn with only seconds on the clock. In a situation where the trend is going against her and she's feeling she's regretting her previous choices, while her opponent is super energized.
I hear you, Hammer. You're being very, very on edge with everything that's going on right now.
It's just so unnecessary, Dina. And she even, did you see this? She checked her opponent's king off the 8th rank.
Yeah, that I didn't like.
And it's like, of course it's still a draw, but it depends on you playing some decent moves when you're very short on time. And playing decent moves when short on time is somewhat tricky.
Oh, there is a good question, Bishop f8, but it's not a problem. Because rook to h7.
Well, Bishop
protects
f8,
bishop.
rook f7, Dina. And it's even better.
Oh yeah, this is more beautiful. Up, up, up.
It should still be a draw, and it probably will be a draw, but it's like
I think she's just
rehashing the
fun.
mistakes of the past is just.
Up, he took the pawn.
He took the pawn, then Alexander's going to take the black pawn. Yeah, no, I think she's going to miss this. It's going to be some kind of rook and bishop versus rook, which is almost impossible to hold at a grandmaster level, let alone here. He's going to go rook f3. She's going to have to go rook g7 to protect. And then pawn f5. And rook g5 or something, and then king coming up. Something like this. And if she takes the pawn, he takes the pawn, and then this kind of thing becomes super dangerous.
Although here she should be fine. Like here she can give checks from afar. It is a draw with correct play, but it's going to be very unpleasant.
Rook to f3. Rook to g7, I
Does she
assume.
go king h4 maybe?
Rook to g7, she's gonna go.
Oh, she can go king h4, Dina. Maybe that's fine.
Later, maybe. Well, she just played rook g7, so maybe f5 now. And
Well, f5, then king h4 is just over,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
So he has
So-
to bring the king.
Yeah, let's try that. King d5.
And then king up,
Takes. No.
I don't know, Dina.
Yeah.
I don't like
I actually see what you mean.
having this king here in the center.
No, you're right. This is disgusting. I actually understand now. Yeah. You mentioned she will have to defend. Oh my god, she will not defend rook and the bishop against rook. I don't think she has any idea how to defend it.
No. Well, I have an idea how to defend it, and I still lost it, so.
Oh, right.
No, now her king is just completely cut off. This is very bad. Now even here. No, king f5, Dina. And
Oh god,
getting
sorry.
checkmated.
Oh my god. Yeah. Oh
Okay,
god.
what's the current situation on the board?
She played king h4. Okay, actually I'm now on the hammer side. Okay. Time for another coffee or tea refill hammer for you.
I'm out.
You mean you're gonna leave me here? If rook and bishop is coming on the board.
No, I'm just saying my thermos is out of tea. There's no more tea to be had.
King to e4.
I guess that's what he's gonna do. Anything other than that would be a massive surprise.
Don't be scared, guys. Objectively, it's still a draw, but Alexandra needs to be precise. I think
I don't
better
even
not to
think we're
leave-
seeing how it's subjectively a draw, right?
I think just don't leave this. Don't give this one away for now. Maybe just stay here.
Yeah, maybe just get the king back.
Yeah.
Just admit your mistake going after this one and just stay back.
Just don't let them attack it again.
Yeah, no, I like that. That's good.
But it's complicated because you
Yeah,
need
but
to-
it also means that king here was a big mistake. She should have gone king back.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah.
Well, actually, no.
No, that's fine. And we stay.
No, but still, like this, you're getting checked away and the king is coming in.
Here we always have
Okay, I
these
guess we have
ideas
bishop
for-
f4.
Yeah. Okay, chat. I think we just it's all for the show. Just pretend like just let's assume that Alexandra did it for the show.
Also, he's very low on time now. He's down to less than 3 minutes.
See? And maybe he's gonna blunder. Even though he has no way to like
Yeah, absolutely no way to blunder.
Maybe he's gonna forget about time.
Could happen. I actually beat David Navarra in Rook and Knight versus Rook when I had the Rook.
And he had Rook and Knight, he lost on
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Was it Blitz?
Rapid.
Wow. Damn. For the record, Rook and Knight versus Rook are completely rubbish, whereas Rook and Bishop versus Rook, you need to be careful, and there are many ways to lose.
He played King
People
E6.
lose.
Dina, he played King E6. That's a terrible move. It's a terrible move. Now Alexandra can take and get her king back.
Oh, you mean he blundered? Wait, but what is? Explain once again. What's the difference?
Get the king back.
And
Well, now there's no king getting in.
oh, okay. Yeah, let's do
Maybe
that.
we can just go bishop f4.
Yeah, let's do that. He's gonna go here and then just
Now we
activate
get
our
checking
rook.
distance. We just need.
Yeah.
This is part of the key for Alexandra. She needs to be able to give checks in from the side. So first she needs to get rid of this h5 pawn, and then she goes with the rook over here and tries to always harass the black king.
Man, why did he play king to
I have
a?
no idea. That's a very strange move. He has not attended the Andrea Botez School of Endgames or chess. Always forward.
Both. Andrea is good at both. Chad is saying Gant's a paid actor. That's so funny. You'd think, right? With this move. Yeah,
I don't understand. Why isn't she moving?
because she doesn't know anything anymore. That's why, my friend. She realized how stupid she was, and now she doesn't trust herself anymore. Am I right, chat, or am I right? Everybody keeps saying, have Dina and Hammer ever played before? We want Dina and Hammer game. Chat, to make it clear, Hammer would destroy me. Absolutely destroy. But obviously, when the occasion occurs, I would love to have a match, at least for the sake of my YouTube game. I mean, come on, I already challenged Duda. I have 2 games. I have a game with Shankland. I have 2 games with Gukesh. Like, Hammer is just the next in line.
Okay, she's not taking the what?
But didn't we say this is fine? Just keep the
Well,
key on G.
but we said this was fine, but when the king was an e4, this was necessary. But here she had an easy draw by just eliminating the pawn.
I know, but listen, don't panic. This is still fine. How, like, she found the fortress. She's gonna put the bishop here. What's she gonna do?
Oh, I'm going to put rook b2 and take your bishop.
Right. You know what? This is for the chat. Not that we want to do this, but even this theoretically is a draw, but you really need to know how to defend. And a Hammer, maybe you can fill us in. I mean, not that it would
Magnus
help
says
chat.
this is impossible to draw.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, but what's the right defense? You want to put the opponent's king on h.
I think so. I don't really know.
You don't know?
Yeah. I don't
Oh,
know.
it's funny. Okay, just for the how you say, for the FUI in the books and table basis, objectively this is a draw, but in practice Magnus says that show me a person who's going to defend this, especially against me, right? This is the Magnus quote. FYU.
I like, as long as his clock is ticking, I guess that's good.
I cannot believe I screw even that one up. Okay, so that you know, guys, I'm officially dyslexic, so don't blame me. The reason why I'm mocking my own self is
Oh
because
my god. Dina!
What?
He just gave her a draw. She just played h4.
Yeah, but what he went with that? You think he's checkmating or what?
I mean, I have no idea. That is
No, he
the
he
biggest
didn't do
gift
that
I
for the
have ever
draw
seen.
hammer. He did that for the win, but I'm just okay. Let's try to find how. Maybe he forgot the king hit. No, he's looking for the mate, right? But where's the mate?
It's even not even close to being mate, Dina.
Maybe he
No,
wants-
don't put the rook there.
But here you got the king.
Ah, damn it.
Yeah. So I'm just trying. He must have
Oh,
calculated.
actually, this is potentially.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
this is
telling
very
you.
scary. This is
Yeah,
very scary.
he has an idea. The guy has an idea, but okay. But okay, it's fine. It's
He has
everything.
5 minutes to figure it out.
Bright side, she doesn't have any choice, chat, so she's gonna do it. She's forced to do the right moves.
We've said that before, and it hasn't really worked out for us. has
Even
it?
this is fine, Hama. But we don't want to have it, right?
Or not to.
No, it's fine. Don't worry. Don't worry, brother. This is gonna be fine.
Maybe this is a draw.
What?
It's not a draw.
Oh, this is completely lost. But I would be down to analyze that. Yeah. Why did you think it would be a draw?
No, I was thinking you don't get past the light squares.
Like if you do the oh yeah, you're right. Because if they do this, no, still. No, there is no way. They're gonna come to h3 or g4 and push. Yeah. This is still fine. Oh my god, you know what's the move here? She took. Great. I want to show you this is a fun line. Here, the move is rook f6. King f6 and bishop takes.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's safe.
But also this.
Oh, this is not safe.
This. Oh my god! This is beautiful. You can just do this.
I don't get it. Well, don't put the
sorry.
rook there.
Sorry. You're right.
Yeah, no, but Dina, this
Down,
is
down. And then this, and ancient defends even this. Isn't that crazy me?
Engine says this is a losing.
No, it's a draw.
Okay, but eval bar says this is a losing.
Wait, what are we talking about? Minus 0.84?
Minus 3.0.
Okay, we have different engines. Got it. Okay, let's not do that.
This is the current position in the game, people. Alexandra needs to go rook h7. The good news is that if she finds rook h7, the next move is obvious.
Also, even here, if we do this, oh no, then you got the idea. So, yeah, no, that's the risk. So we need to have rook h7. She has a little bit of time.
She found it.
Yes. Sorry.
And now after rook f1, her move is easy because she only has one move. She has to stay close to the rook and the bishop.
Uh-huh.
And then we're fine. Then we're fine.
This guy, I think he's the organizer. He reminds me all the time of Grandmaster Laurent Fressinet. Okay, rook f1, king h5.
Yeah, she played king h5. She played it.
Boom! Amazing.
Okay,
And
that was
oh, look,
freaking
he's
scary.
unhappy.
That was
He's
freaking scary,
unhappy.
Dina.
Oh yeah, I feel you.
But we're gonna be okay.
Yeah, man. Coach is gonna be unhappy.
He can still go bishop d6 here, though. But bishop d6, she can just go g4, and this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Oh, if he stresses me out. Why would you go for the win down a pawn? There's something about this mentality. Are you saying it's a girl's mentality, Dina? I didn't know that.
Yeah, we are fighters. We are we don't accept draws. Of course, there's so much less draws between girls. Yeah. And we got to 15,000K, 15,000 and a half. So for the last 1 hour, all Alexandra did was to raise 3K viewership on Twitch and over 7,000 and a half people watching. So I think it was a talented showman trick that Alexandra showed us. And it is a perfect opportunity for me to remind everybody that we have partnered with Coinbase for this event and we have $20,000 in cryptocurrency as giveaway for this tournament. Sardinia Chess Festival. Use the command raffle. It's still not too late to participate in the giveaway. Fill in the Google Doc form that you have the link in the chat. Use the email address that you already used before in your affiliate account or about to use. And at the very least, claim your $20 off by using the code BOTEZ20 for your first trade. You guys know crypto. Coinbase is the best way to stock and trade crypto, and our long-term partner and sponsor for the chess and non-chess events on Twitch. So do it now before it's too late, because this game is about to be over soon, regardless of all ups and downs that we have had here.
Yeah. G4 on the board. We're safe. We're good.
Up.
And now he could even lose, Dina. If he is too ambitious here, check with the rook he has played. King up and then rook here threatens pawn. Pawn moves forward. If he wants to avoid the trade between these pawns, he can go pawn f5. But then Alexandra's pawn is going to be very, very scary. Just as scary as the black pawn.
Right. That would be cool. I wouldn't be opposed to that.
I guess you could try rook g4.
Rook g4.
The idea would be that if Alexandra then attacks the rook, the king follows. And if she then takes the pawn, then there's potential checkmates here.
I think, yeah, well, that's beautiful. See, but what about this? Some savory?
Yeah.
But no, you can still do that.
That's fine.
And then you still have the only move.
Okay, he went back. He might be going for the repetition. He went back here. I don't know why Alexandra is spending time on this move. This is the most... You only have 3 minutes left. You have one way of defending the pawn. Oh, no, actually, she can also push the pawn. Why are you considering pushing the pawn to a dark square when your opponent has a dark squared bishop?
Like how you say, oh,
Good
that's
grief.
possible. Don't do that. Oh, yeah, that's possible.
Just go back. Okay, she went back. He's going for the check again. She only has one legal move. Okay. This time she didn't think about it. Okay, he just went back and forth to build himself more time. Now he's going after the pawn from the side.
Every Indian knows that you always repeat. It's a psychological trick, but you never want to draw. This is what Kramnik taught them. I learned that the hard way.
Okay, Alexandra still has to find one good move. She needs to find this rook to f7 in this case. Also here, Alexandra, you only have one move to save your pawn. No need to spend so much time.
Yes. Great.
And the reason you don't spend your time is because then when he goes king rook g4, that's when you need to use your time and avoid putting your king on the edge of the board.
Oh, man.
Rook g4 has not been played yet.
Yeah.
He has 1 minute remaining on the clock.
But he's going to do it because it's the most logical.
Yeah, he's definitely going to do it.
Yeah. Rook g4, rook f7. I like.
Rook G4,
But-
Rook A7, also good enough. Pretty much just any rook move.
Yeah.
Whatever you do, do not move the king, do not move the bishop. And actually, even if she blunders with king to h5, she can probably still survive with some kind of...
Yeah,
she
the
can
pro-
still survive by sacrificing her rook, Dina.
The problem there is that rook f7 would be the only move. And then even after rook f7, she still would have to find the, I think after bishop e5, there is still an only move here, hammer. And it is bishop to f8. So I don't
Okay,
like
that
the...
she would not find. So the problem
Yeah.
here is that this sacrifice does not work because of the potential checkmate.
Oh boy, I can... Yeah, that's so easy to miss.
Yeah.
Critical
So
moment for
just
Alexandra.
do not go with the king. Whatever you do not put your king on the edge of the board. Activate your rook. Activate rook. You can even move your rook around to defend the pawn. Like, you don't need any fancy schmancy thing. Just use the rook to defend the pawn. Your rook is very out of play. Activate your rook. If she moves the king to the edge now, that's highly problematic. She moved the rook.
Never... Oh.
Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay,
Saved.
we're safe. Saved. Honestly, well defended under pressure. He didn't play the perfect pressure moves, but overall, there were some moments here where she could have easily made mistakes being low on time, but she's managed to navigate the hurdles, and
Nice.
life is good.
Nice, Hammer. You... Look at you. You managed to find the light in even the darkest of the games. Managed to find the compliment, even the game where she pissed you off the most.
And he trades pawns, and Alexandra can just recapture with her bishop. And then after bishop to f4, she can defend with her rook.
I found a way how Alexandra can win.
Okay.
She's gonna play bishop to e7. And she's gonna say rook takes e7, and king cannot take because the bishop is here. Even though he is pinned, he is still defending. And even though this is a draw, Alexandra's gonna win this.
Seems somewhat unlikely, but we'll take it.
You need to be a believer. Need to stay positive.
Only thing that can defeat us now is the time. Alexandra has 1 minute 30 remaining, and she makes the capture.
Yes! Let's go!
You can say a lot about the Botez sisters. They're losers, not quitters. But they're also pretty darn big fighters, and a draw is agreed. Wow. What a game. 77 moves fought until the bitter end. But this top game in the tournament has ended in a draw, and that means Alexandra retains her lead. She is the only person with 4.5 points out of 5, but there is a hungry pack of 4-point players chasing behind her, and she will have to try and defend her lead for the remaining 3 rounds of the tournament.
Congratulations to Alexandra on securing the leadership and claiming the dominance in the tournament. Alex Botez saved, Mama Botez saved, and Papa Botez saved. We are continuing the grind to the first place here in Sardinia. And you know what that means? That means that the countdown is starting right now. We are starting the countdown for the last 5 minutes of the giveaway because we have $1,000 to ruffle. Participate now before it's too late. Not only you use the command ruffle in chat, but also you fill in the Google Doc form. You use the same email address that you have used already to sign up in your account, and you can also claim your $20 off for the first transaction that you are gonna make by using the code BOTEZ20. And wow, Hammer, what a game! What a roller coaster of emotion!
Yeah, no, this was, it really could have gone any way. Both players had chances to win during. Alexandra's chances to win were definitely way higher than Ganta's chances. But at the same time, Ganta's chances kind of lasted for longer. In that Alexandra had like a 5-10 minute window where 2-3 moves were being made, where she had some opportunities. Ganta, he had continuous pressure, having the extra pawn in the endgame. But overall, I think a draw is a reasonable result. It's reasonably fair. Alexandra may be a bit disappointed that she didn't utilize her winning position, but at the same time, she's also going to be very happy that she defended after getting herself unnecessarily in trouble towards the end. So I think draw, good result, keeps the lead in the tournament, keeps staying undefeated. Maybe she gains like 0.1 rating on this. It's all good.
Alexandra takes down, or stops, better say, the one of the most dangerous opponents in the tournament, the guy who has a title of candidate master. So he's a master, he's a former 2200 rated opponent, and the fact that he's even playing in this section is complete luck or unluck. So in fact, one of the most dangerous opponents is stopped. The road is secured yet for the leadership for the first place, and who knows, maybe tomorrow Alexandra is gonna take on Andreas lawyer from today, and
well, actually, Dina, I was wrong about that, because there's so many people with 5 points out of 6 that Andrea's opponent today, he's only going to be on 4.5. So that's not going to be Alexandra's next one, but maybe in one of the 2 final rounds.
All right, so that means that it's too early to how they say, to share a sheep of the skin of the ship of the bear. Come on, Hammer, you're gonna back me up with the famous Norwegian proverbs.
Yeah. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, as they say in English, or something like that.
Yeah, and Alex is joining us right after the giveaway. We have 1 minute left before we know the names of the winners for today's raffle. Unfortunately, only $1,000 in giveaway today. Previous days we had wins, we would have the whole 2,500. But you know what? 1,000 is a very good price for the lucky one. So looking for the results. Participate now before it's too late. And yeah, well, what can we say? Andrea's game was bit unfortunate. There wasn't much she could do. She has nothing to regret or blame herself for. Sometimes chess is hard, and that was the case. She didn't know the plans and the opponent did. The opponent played really well. So Alex took the lead for us for the mood. Backed us up to keep up positive thinking. 20 seconds left in the raffle. We gonna see the winner. And Alex gonna join us right after. Our champion is gonna join us right after. 5 seconds. And the winner is... that moment of suspense. We are gonna announce the winner shortly. And there they go. Congratulations to Mr. Jezza by the Sea. You are the winner of today's $1,000 raffle. Huge congrats, and you are gonna be contacted by the email address you used to sign up for your Coinbase account. And on that note, we are gonna be welcoming Alexandra for the interview, our champion and the defender of the glory of the Botez household for today. All right.
I like how you announce Alexandra is coming on when.
I'm actually, how they say, gambling. I'm gambling. I'm just like, okay, maybe she'll join, maybe not. But if I say it won't hurt, right? I can say again and again, and then at some point she's gonna appear, right?
Well, I mean, we could start actually being like, okay, can you join in 1 minute, and kind of like give her a heads up before you say, like, expect her to just magically show up the same second you say that now we're ready for you.
But Hammer, she's in the chat and Vila is there. They know this is exactly the same procedure I do every single round. 5 minute countdown, winner announced, she shows. Hope, ready. It's like I give them 5 minutes of the countdown of the giveaway. What else do they need in life?
I don't know. Maybe Vila's a boy. Boys are very good with instructions. We need to be told what to do, and we will do it. But
well, first of all, Vila is the one who gave me the instructions, and secondly, one thing I learned during the 2 weeks of Botez commentary is that don't gender lies. No gender lies on the BotezLive. So don't make assumptions.
I am sorry about stereotyping my gender.
It's okay. Eastern European mentality, even though you're Scandinavian, still in your blood. Yeah, all right. And there she comes. Okay, that was also fake. I was speculating.
I mean, you tried. You tried.
Yeah.
If you try another 15 times, maybe you're gonna hit it.
All right, I'm gonna spice it up. Remember about our famous bet. I am officially declare that I will be more than happy to make a bet, exact same bet, for 8.5 out of 9. Because
you do realize she's only 2 wins away. No, 3.
Yeah, it's a lot. 8.5 for me is just as impossible as 9 out of 9, because if you look at any tournament, the winner, the first spot, usually gets 7 to 7.5. Maximum 8. That's the score of the winner. Because down the road, you're totally fine of not taking the risk and accepting the draws with those who are just behind you, because that also stops them. So
I once had 7.5 out of 8 in a tournament, Dina.
And our champion is here. Congratulations, Alexander, on securing the leadership and showing them who is the boss and taking care of the most dangerous of them all.
Well, I don't feel good about a draw, but at least I didn't lose, so it is what it is. Hammer,
Why are
do
you
look
not
upset?
happy with the draw?
Wait, Hammer, why do you look upset?
Why? Because you've dragged me to hell and back. What do you mean? You're the reason I'm upset, and then you're gaslighting me into why are you upset? As if you shouldn't know the answer to that. You were down a pawn, and you decided you wanted to go for a win.
I thought it was. I thought I had some idea. Yeah, no, that's reasonable. I always say
You
I'll
came
stop
on the
doing it.
stream after that game against the guy in Reykjavik, and you said, I'm not going to do this anymore. That is a literal Alexandra Botez quote.
It was in Prague, and I did say I'd stop playing for a win down a pawn, and one day I will. I just haven't reached that maturity yet.
Yeah.
Um,
No, I'm very happy you saved it. I'm thrilled you saved it. Yeah.
well,
I just don't understand why we had to suffer through that.
no, that's fair. I'm sorry. Did you talk to Andrea at all?
No.
Yeah. Yeah, she's not too happy.
Her
Um,
opponent played an amazing game.
Yeah, in
Really?
all fairness, she doesn't have anything to blame herself for because she just didn't know the plan in the middle game, and he did. So like it wasn't like she blundered anything or made any mistakes. She just got squeezed slowly.
That's fair. Well, guys, I am ready to eat. Here is my dinner. It looks delicious. We got some chicken, some potatoes, some green beans. Sorry for the journey, Hammer. We can discuss during our nightly call.
But I just for chat, the conversation we had last night, did I or did I not specifically say for this game there's no need to take unnecessary risks?
No, I do remember this part of the conversation. I didn't think I was taking unnecessary risks. In the moment, I was like, oh, this can only be drawn until I miss a move, and then I'm like, oh shit. But I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But he was definitely one of the hardest opponents, so we take those.
We take those. And you still have a lone lead. The only other person who could have caught you lost their game against the Chinese woman. So you're still alone in the lead with 5.5.
Yes. Okay. Well, that's good news.
And
It is.
also your h4, b3, and king and short castle made really proud your coach. He in fact said that you will never do it, and then you did, and those were best moves.
I actually sent you a message.
Hello. Where are you going? I'm going around. Andrea, you can't. Okay. Well, I'm glad. Thank you for that. Andrea doesn't want to talk, so I'll let her not talk. Okay. Well, I'm gonna eat dinner. Thank you, Hammer. Thank you, Dina. Thank you, chat, and we'll be back tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye, congratulations. And there we go. I didn't throw you under the bus, did I?
No. I actually sent Alexandra a message when she played H4. And I just thought, like, she's going to look at her phone after the game and she's going to be like, "Aw." Because she's not going to catch any of the stream. But I was like, I'm watching live. H4 just happened and it's such a good move. I'm so proud. So that's the positive feedback there. And then I'm not going to mention what happened after. But, H4 today from Alexandra, that was an incredible move, I think. I'm so happy with that. Very, very nice move.
Mama Botas in the chat. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mama Botas. You are safe, like all of us. Man, I think that was one of the longest days at the office. Almost 6 hours.
What do you mean?
Right.
We
No,
were
I mean
doing
for a single round. Sorry, I meant for the single.
sure, but on round 2 we did a lot more. I think
Right.
there's been some long games with the Botez sisters. They're losers, not quitters, and they're fighters, not whiners, or something.
Yeah, fighters. Right. Okay, and we have a raid going on to Phoebe Wheaty or Whitey. Oh, Witty, I guess.
Probably German. It's probably like Bitte.
Interesting. Okay, so on that note, I do want to remind everybody that you are more than welcome to join BotezLive Club on chess.com because in the nearest future, lots of exciting events for the community, such as arenas, weekly arenas, and tournaments and streams and stuff like that gonna happen. So stay tuned for this one. We are going to Phoebe and we're gonna see you tomorrow. Same time, same place, 3 a.m. No, joking. 5. What am I saying? 3 p.m. European, Central European, and goodbye, anybody. Okay, that happened. All right. Thank you all. Get some rest. Bye-bye. Bye, Hammer.